Good morning. Quick audio check. How are you hearing me?
Loud and clear, Matthew.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Matthew Tisdale. I'm Executive Director of Gridworks. It's my privilege and pleasure to be responsible for your in-flight services here this morning. And throughout this initiative, we want to honor your time and respect your ability to be here this morning and get started promptly into what will be a full day of exciting workshop. Before we begin, a couple of announcements. We are currently recording. If you would like to get the facilitator's attention, please raise your hand. The Zoom feature there is right next to your name and will allow you to raise your hand to get my attention, and then we can call on you. Please plan to join us by camera if you're able to for all discussions so that we can see your smiling face. And we want to welcome and encourage you to use the chat platform. It's there and open to everyone. And I want to thank William Marin from Verdant, who is going to help moderate the chat platform and make sure that anything that comes up there that needs my attention will be brought to my attention. Last but not least, I want to acknowledge that all the workshop materials have been posted to the web address provided here and also in the email that was shared yesterday to the service list. So if you want to download or have available to you outside of the screen share any of those materials, you'll find them all there. I'd like to begin with a quick round of introductions. And I want to acknowledge that we have many people on the call this morning. I know you all do not plan to be an active participant in this workshop. Some of you will be observing, and that's okay. We welcome you in that role. The introductions here are for folks who do plan to be an active participant. So if you do plan to be an active participant, you want to be speaking, please raise your hand at this time so that we can call on you for an introduction. And for your introduction, we want to invite you to provide your name and your preferred pronouns, your organization you're representing, if any. And we'd like to invite you to complete the following sentence using a one-word adjective. That sentence is, I hope the process used to complete track 2 of this rulemaking, I have it covered, is one-word adjective. All right, so the first hand I saw up was Joe Weedman. Joe, would you like to go ahead, please? Introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joe Weedman. My preferred pronouns are he, him. I am representing a group of 5 CCAs in the docket. We refer to ourselves, excuse me, as the joint CCAs. And completing a sentence, I hope the process used to complete track 2 of this rulemaking is collaborative.
Thank you, Joe. Lorenzo, I saw your hand next.
Thank you. Lorenzo Christoph, my pronouns are he and him. I'm an independent consultant representing the Climate Center, and I hope the process used to complete track 2 of this rulemaking is fun.
Great, thank you, Lorenzo. Mr. Perry from Synergistic Solutions, I see you next.
Yeah, hi, my name's Robert Perry. I'm an independent energy consultant. My pronouns are he, him, and I hope process used to complete track 2 of this rulemaking is transformational.
Thank you. Mr. Hunt, good morning.
Good morning and aloha. Tam Hunt, Green Power Institute. I hope the process used to complete track 2 of this rulemaking is smooth.
Great, thank you, Tam. Good morning, Mr. Weinrub.
Hi, Al Weinrub with the, I'm a he, him, with the California Alliance for Community Energy. And I'm with Robert Ferry. I hope this process is transformative.
Thank you, Al. Good morning. Sam, welcome.
Good morning. I'm Sam White, independent consultant working with 350 Bay Area in this proceeding. He or they work for me, and I hope this process is effective.
Thank you. Richard, good morning.
Hi, it's Richard Coe here with Cal Advocates. I'm a he, him, and I hope the process used to complete track 2 of this rulemaking is engaging.
Great. Thank you, Richard. Stephen, good morning. Mr. Berger.
Good morning. I'm Steve Verriger. I'm the Director of Consulting for TMX Incorporated. And you don't have to call me director. You can call me he or him. And I hope this proceeding is transparent.
Great, thank you. Mr. Castle, good morning.
Hi, my name is Dave Castle with Southern California Edison. He, him. I'm trying to start the video, but it looks like it's not coming up just yet. With Southern California Edison, and this process is insightful.
Great, thank you, Dave. Mr. Strauss, good morning.
Good morning, Todd Strauss here. Acceptable pronouns for me are he, him. I'm representing PG&E today, and I hope the process is effective.
Thank you. Mr. Golden, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Tisdale. Samuel Golding of Community Choice Partners, supporting UCAN in this proceeding. My pronouns are he, him, and I hope this process is alterative. Means gradually transforming into a better state of health overall.
Great, thank you. Ms. Broom, Claire, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Claire Broom, she, her. I'm representing 350 Bay Area as a volunteer. And I hope this proceedings and this process is unbiased.
Thank you, Claire. Ms. Stebbins, good morning.
My name is Barbara Stebbins, she, her. I'm here today representing Local Clean Energy Alliance, and I hope this proceeding is equitable.
Great, thank you. Ben Schwartz.
Hi, good morning. My name is Ben Schwartz, pronouns he, him, his. I'm representing the Clean Coalition, and I hope the process used to complete track 2 of this rulemaking is efficient.
Thank you. Stephanie Doyle.
Hi, everybody. Stephanie Doyle representing Vote Solar. I use she, her pronouns, and I hope the process used to complete this rulemaking is inclusive.
Thank you. Doug Carpa.
Yes, good morning. Doug Carpa from Peninsula Clean Energy, he, him, and I am hoping this process will be transformative as well.
Thank you, Doug. Good morning. Let's see, folks who are just joining us, if you plan to be an active participant here today, we would like to invite you to introduce yourself, provide your name, preferred pronouns, organization you're representing, and complete the following sentence. I hope the process used to complete track 2 of this rulemaking is. Good morning, Jennifer Chamberlain.
Good morning, Matthew. Jennifer Chamberlain, she, her. I'm with CPower, and I hope that this process is inclusive. Thanks.
Thank you. Rose Monahan.
Hi, good morning. My name is Rose Monahan. I represent Sierra Club. I use she, her pronouns, and I hope that this process is collaborative.
Thank you, Rose. Ali DeTrio.
Hi, my name is Allie DiTrio with the Microgrid Resources Coalition, she, her pronouns. And I hope the process used to complete track 2 of this rulemaking is collaborative and transformational. Thank you.
Thank you, Allie. Jamie Charles.
Yes, Jamie Charles, he, him, representing Sonova Energy. And I hope the process used to complete track 2 of this rulemaking is progressive.
Thank you, Jamie. Great. Let's see, I know we have at least a couple folks who will be presenting later on. I consider that a high level of active participation who have not yet introduced themselves. So let me call on a few folks. Robert Peterson, are you there?
Yeah, this is Rob Peterson from Energy Division. I hope this process is effective and he, him.
Thank you, Rob. I see Brad Hebner's hand up. Good morning, Brad.
Good morning, Matthew. Brad Hebner, California Solar and Storage Association, they, them. And I hope that, that this process is results oriented.
Excellent. Thank you, Brad. Let's see, Mr. Petlin, are you available to introduce yourself?
Yeah, good morning, Gabe Petlin with Energy Division. And if I were to follow the prompt, I would say I hope this process is ambitious. But if I could break the rules, I would add and practice.
All right. Let's see, who are we missing? April Rose Morales Summer, are you there? Can you introduce yourself? April hasn't joined us yet. How about Roger Lynn? Okay, how about Rachel Koss? Okay, I think those folks will be joining us. Oh, go ahead.
Matthew, this is Rachel Koss. Ironically, my power is out, so I'm calling in and I'll be traveling to somewhere where I can actually zoom in on my computer. So I apologize, but I am here.
All right, thank you for making that effort, Rachel. And if you were to complete the following sentence, I hope the process used to complete track 2 of this rulemaking is, what adjective would you use?
I would use collaborative.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Okay, great. If anyone else needs to introduce yourself over the course of the day, feel free to speak up and provide the same information. Just to review, we have a wonderful list of adjectives here. Those are collaborative, fun, transformational, smooth, effective, engaging, transparent, insightful, alternative, unbiased, equitable, efficient, inclusive, progressive, results-oriented, ambitious, and practical. To introduce myself a bit further, my name is Matthew Tisdale. My preferred pronouns are he and him. I represent Gridworks. As I mentioned at the top of the meeting, we have the distinct privilege of facilitating this workshop and the process that will follow. We'll talk more about what that facilitation means as the day progresses. Gridworks as an organization is a mission-driven group. We believe decarbonization of our economy is within reach and it's more important than ever. And the way we contribute to that progress is by convening, educating, and empowering stakeholders working to decarbonize the economy. We look for difficult conversations like the one we're about to have that we think can provide a high value to transforming the power sector and the economy towards a low carbon future. And we like to lead those conversations. And we like to help you get your work done and to be your best in participating in those conversations. That's what we're here to do. I'm very capably supported today by a couple folks who are on the line. Deborah Shields, who will be providing a lot of the logistical support for this, and you may have already or will soon receive email communications from her. I'm also backed up here by Claire Hallbrook, Director with Gridworks, who will step in should my Wi-Fi fail or my lingering cold get the better of me. Thank you, Deborah and Claire, for being here. The initiative will also be supported by former CPUC Commissioner Michael Florio. He's on assignment today, but will be following closely and helping Gridworks navigate the issues. Our objectives for today's meeting are as follows: to engage a diverse group of contributing stakeholders, to consider how track 2 of this proceeding relates to the other parts of the high DER rulemaking, to introduce concepts and terminology that are important to the discussion, to garner lessons learned from similar processes, and to receive feedback and guidance from stakeholders, you, the parties and participants, on how the process should be conducted. Gridworks has a habit, a practice of always beginning meetings with stated objectives. We firmly believe that these sessions should not be for chatter, that we need to be getting work done. And the objectives are our way of bringing focus to what work is going to be completed. And at the end of the workshop, we will conclude with a survey that allows you to weigh in on how well we achieved the objective. So keep these objectives in mind as we participate today, and we look forward to your feedback on that. Our agenda for achieving that work is as follows. We're going to conclude the introductions here momentarily and diving into an initiative overview. We're fortunate to welcome Commissioner Darcy Houck, who's going to give us her perspective on the process ahead. And then we'll be given a presentation by Rob Peterson from the Energy Division, who's going to help us put this particular part of the rulemaking in context. Following those presentations, I'll take the mic back and introduce you to some key concepts and terminology that'll be core to the process. Then we'll take a short break. At 11 o'clock, we'll reconvene for 2 presentations, one from Mark Patterson, who has led a comparable initiative in Australia, and one from Jason Brogdon, who has led a comparable initiative in the United Kingdom. They will provide specifically lessons learned from those processes that we might bring to bear on in deciding how we want to move forward. After a lunch break, we will come back and discuss process proposals. Gridworks will introduce a process that we have suggested through a white paper that preceded this workshop. We'll also hear from other parties who have other suggestions and refinements. We'll have a couple of surveys and a facilitated discussion about what's put forward there. Then we'll turn to close at 2:45, covering next steps and what will follow. Any questions about the agenda before we proceed? Great. I have at least one person who's typing I can hear. So I'm going to put everyone on mute. And if you need to unmute yourself to speak, please do so. All right. So let me turn over the floor to Commissioner Darcy Houck, who's going to provide some welcoming and introductory remarks. Commissioner, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, great. So good morning, everyone. Again, I'm Darcy Houck, the assigned commissioner for this proceeding. My preferred pronouns are she and her, and I hope the proceeding meets everyone's expectations with all of the adjectives that Matthew just listed off. I'm pleased to be here to open today's workshop. We're going to be discussing the definition, the role and responsibilities of the distribution system operator as part of track 2 of the high DER proceeding. The overall purpose of the high DER proceeding is to consider new and improved approaches to electric distribution planning and operations to accommodate the anticipated high growth of distributed energy resources in California. The proceeding covers a wide range of topics, from distribution planning and operation to grid modernization, as well as data access and cost recovery. Some of these topics, if not all, are fairly complex topics involving new concepts and innovative ideas. We're relying on the considerable knowledge and experience of the parties involved in this proceeding to achieve these ambitious goals that we've collectively set. Before I conclude my remarks this morning, because I want to get on to the highlights of today's conversation and into the meat of the discussion, I want to recognize and thank Gridworks for leading today's conversation and our Energy Division staff for their ongoing invaluable contribution to the proceeding. I specifically want to recognize Rob Peterson for his leadership in this effort, Gabe Petlin, Matt Caldwell, Simon Baker, Administrative Law Judge Himes, my former advisor, Mary Claire Brown, and my current advisor, Miriam Mozaffari, for all of their work on this very important proceeding. So with that, I'm looking forward to listening and learning from all of you today, and we'll turn the proceeding back over to Matthew.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Let's see, we're going to get the Energy Division slides lined up. Rob, do you want to run your own slides, or would you like me to run them for you? He's ready to go.
Ready to go? Yeah, and I'll just I'm actually going to turn it over to Gabe for a few slides, and then I'll come back. So, Gabe, do you want to start us off?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. I will just have a few quick words before turning it over to Rob and to Matt and the other presenters. Thank you all for joining us today, and this impressive turnout we have. Thank you, Commissioner Houck, for your great acknowledgements, and also especially for your leadership on these issues. We are really fortunate to have a solid and experienced facilitation and analytic team supporting us through Gridworks and Verdant. So we're really appreciative of that. Let's go to the next slide. So I will not really dwell too long because I want to let us get on to the meat of the matter. Rob's going to kind of help frame this workshop in the context of the high DER future grid proceeding, and really just wanted to touch on this one theme here. This is probably familiar to all of you who've seen the OIR and how the scope has been defined in this proceeding, but it's always good to remind ourselves what we're here for in this proceeding at a sort of large, big picture. And just to be clear, this OIR is really about determining how to optimize the integration of millions of DRs within the distribution grid while maintaining affordable rates. And now this second quote here maybe is familiar to most of you, but just to remind us, this proceeding is not here to say, hey, we want more DR everywhere, DR all the time. This is really about, we recognize there's going to be a lot of DR. That's not a debate. No one's debating whether there will be a lot of DR. Maybe we don't know exactly how much DR we're going to have, but given the policies we have, the consumer interests we have, the changing technologies, the reduction in cost, it's going to happen, but it's not the job of this proceeding to determine what is that number of DR, but it is the job of this proceeding to focus on how do we prepare the grid to accommodate this high DER future. So that's just a gentle reminder that that's really one of the larger purposes of this proceeding, and how this track fits into it is highly relevant because it's looking long-term. So thank you for joining us in this long-term investigation of alternative distribution system operator models that could best prepare us for this high DR future, to harness the best value we can get from DERs, but also maintaining affordable rates and serving all our other policy goals of reliability and resilience. So that's really my brief message, and I'm really happy to turn it over to Rob. You'll be in great hands the rest of the day. And thank you, Rob, for taking it to the next step.
Sure, I'll try to keep us on time. I see we want to get back on schedule here a bit. Just an overview of the proceeding slide. We're going to be addressing existing and ongoing issues that came from the prior proceedings, and our goal is to enable swift evolution of grid capabilities, improve distribution planning, optimize grid infrastructure investments. I'll move ahead. There are 3 tracks. Track 1, distribution planning. Track 2, what we're here to address today, distribution system operator roles and responsibilities. And then track 3 on smart inverter operationalization and grid modernization planning. So 3 tracks in the same high DER grid planning proceeding. About track 2, track 2 will focus on high-level policy issues involving distribution system operator roles and responsibilities, as well as IOU and aggregator business models. It addresses long-term policy issues and could result in findings that implicate potential action beyond the time frame of this proceeding, and a robust stakeholder process leading to the completion of a technical report prepared by Gridworks with Energy Division staff is the primary staff-supported process scope for this track. Also workshops, and we'll be planning an en banc as well. Scoping questions from the scoping ruling. How do alternative DSO models compare in their ability to plan and operate a high DER grid, unlock economic opportunities for DERs to provide grid services, limit market power, reduce ratepayer costs, increase equity, support grid resiliency, and meet state policy objectives? That's the first question. And the second, should the utilities be incentivized to cost effectively prepare for widespread DER deployments? If so, how? I'll just note the scoping ruling also has a footnote regarding the work done in Hawaii on performance-based rate making. We have an extensive work plan set up for the high DER proceeding, and I'll just spend a few minutes showing you how this particular effort fits into that. It's been updated. We use MS Project and are keeping it updated as much as possible. We have a timeline view, which shows this is just the first year of the proceeding. Our approach to this graphic is that things in bold cover our staff proposals and decisions. And then we have, it's color coded by track, blue, green, and orange. You can see where we are here today with the kickoff workshop for this future grid study, and the white paper was already issued. We also have a list view, which we can export from project. You can see we've ticked off a few boxes, but there's a lot of boxes left. These are the deliverables we'll be covering over the next 3 years. Here we are on May 3rd. We have a couple more specific dates to call out. The first workshop for this effort will be on June 8th, or scheduled for the June 8th, and the next one is scheduled for August 17th. Here's another listing of activities. You can see here it starts to bunch up towards the end of the year. Track 1 gets very busy after our GNA DDOR filings and all the efforts by Kavala and a couple of different staff proposals we'll be working on. Because of all that effort, all that blue you're seeing in 2022, the workshops we're planning are for January and March next year currently, because we're going to be so busy with track 1 later this year. In the background, the smart inverter operationalization and working group will be ongoing with their biweekly meetings, soon to open up some cybersecurity meetings as well. This one's going to be a little hard to view. You do have the slides you can download. This is the full proceeding. Most of our deliverables are listed. You can see those in green are relevant for today. I did want to highlight one deliverable, and that's this distribution planning process DPP improvement staff proposal, which is currently scheduled for 2024. That particular staff proposal will be looking at all the things that have come before it in track 1, but all the things that have come and occurred and been proposed in the other tracks. So everything kind of leads up to this, distribution planning process staff proposal and a decision on that. How will distribution planning look in the future after this proceeding completes? I won't go through all these. You can look at those at your free time. I just put an asterisk here on that staff proposal. So I've almost caught us up. I don't know, Matthew, should we take a few questions if there are any, or should we move forward?
I think it would be great to take a few questions here if we can. We have one coming in through the chat. It's from Al Weinrub. Al asks, what are FGS sessions? FGS is an acronym here referring to the Future Grid Study.
Yeah, I don't know what the word sessions means, but we do have a workshops plan. Like there are 4 different workshops, including and not including this kickoff workshop today. Are there other questions?
Al, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I just had no idea what FGS stood for.
No worries.
So in general, it would be good, like for folks, for our stakeholders that aren't deep into the weeds, to try to minimize the use of acronyms and abbreviations that are not common lingo in the rest of the world.
Very good. That's a welcome reminder, Al. Thank you. And I noticed now that your question was sent directly to me rather than to everyone, which I apologize for putting you on the spot. If you do have a question about the presentation materials, feel free to put it all in the chat to everyone. That way our chat moderator, Mr. William Marin, can help us field those questions. Any other questions here for Rob about the context provided? Okay, hearing none, we will move ahead. Thank you, Rob and Gabe, for that context. So the next piece of our agenda here is the introduction of a few high-level concepts and terminology that we will be using in this conversation. This is going to be a short overview of parts of the white paper that Gridworks produced and released in March. The title of the paper was Evaluating Alternative Distribution System Operator Models for California. Slide here gives an overview of the contents. I'm just going to reiterate what the purpose of the paper was. It was to begin an inclusive stakeholder engagement process that addresses the 2 questions posed in the November 15th scoping ruling, and to provide an on-ramp for all participants in the California process, leveling the playing field and engaging parties in a process we intend to be open and creative. So I want to indicate here what is not said among those items on purpose, which is to be determinative, or to determine the outcome. So it's very much the beginning of a process, not the end.
Hey, Matthew, this is William. Just wanted to chime in with a quick question on the chat that might be timely. Erica Morgan asks, does the timeline allow for the possibility of changes per the alternate proposals presented today?
Referring to the timeline that was presented in Rob's presentation, Erica?
Yes, actually. Yes, yeah, yes, that's correct.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I think if you've been tracking our proceedings at the commission over the years, you probably have, things do tend to shift. And I think this timeline is very aggressive. Yeah, you saw the list of deliverables. So we'll see how everything works out. I think possible changes are envisioned here. We want to get feedback and we'll take that to heart.
Thanks for confirming that.
Yeah, great, thank you. And we'll spend a little bit more time on this, but I want to be obvious and plain here that we're having a whole workshop about how we should get this work done. We haven't already conceived and finalized how all the work is going to get done. That is the purpose of today's conversation. So thank you for the question, Erica. All right, so just defining a few key terms here. What are distributed energy resources? The California Public Utilities Code defines distributed energy resources as distributed renewable generation resources, energy efficiency, energy storage, electric vehicles, and demand response. We also have a definition that comes from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, which defines DER as any resource located on the distribution system and any subsystem thereof or behind a customer meter. We're also going to be talking about the term distribution system operator. And whereas with the definition of DER, we have a number of official definitions from code and administrative law, the definition of distribution system operator is much more amorphous. Definitions that have been referenced in the white paper include the entity responsible for planning and operational functions associated with a distribution system that is modernized for high levels of DERs. Securely operates and develops an active distribution system comprising networks, demand generation, and other flexible DER. A neutral facilitator of an open, accessible market. An entity that enables competitive access to markets and the optimal use of DER on distribution networks to deliver security, sustainability, and affordability in the support of whole system optimization. An entity that enables customers to be both producers and consumers, enabling customer access to networks and accessible markets, customer choice, and great customer service. A market-based system for distributed energy resource services. Or an expanded technical capability of a current distribution network service provider to identify and communicate network constraints. So a key takeaway here is that the definition of DSO depends on the objectives being served and the corresponding functions expected by its users. I want to acknowledge that one of the challenges we have here as we begin this conversation and decide how we're going to go about doing our work is that there's not just one definition of DSO. Each of us may be thinking of something very different when we use the term DSO. And we need to begin as best possible through communicating with one another, narrowing down what concept we're working with. So the context we're working with here is important to acknowledge. We're moving from a past to the present, and there's key parts of that I think are important to keep in mind. In the past, generation was firm and dispatchable. Now, generation is variable. In the past, generation followed load and always kept power in balance. Now, controllable loads can and must be capable of following generation to achieve power balance. In the past, distribution can be treated as a passive load attached to transmission. Now, distribution is active and may actually serve resources to transmission. In the past, real power flows only in one direction. Now we're talking about two-way power flows in distribution feeders and substations, and events into the transmission system. Excuse me, I should say even into the transmission system. In the past, generation source selection was performed mostly on a cost and reliability basis. Now, renewable energy and climate change related policies affect the selection of generation resources. And finally, in the past, the system was designed for reliability and not necessarily economy. And now the system is increasingly economically driven and competitive. And these changes are causing us to ask, how will the roles and responsibilities of distribution system operations change along with the context? In the past, the key players in grid operation have been the transmission system operator. In California, this is the California Independent System Operator. Transmission owners. In California, we're talking about Pacific Gas and Electric, San Diego Gas and Electric, Southern California Edison, and distribution operators, the same companies. The paper provided a table, which I hope you had a chance to review, which sort of characterizes what have been the responsibilities of the TSOs, transmission system operators, the transmission owners, the distribution operators. I provided a snapshot of that, a little slice of that here on balancing supply and demand and maintaining frequency, and what have been the responsibilities of those organizations to do those things. But the architecture of new DSO models, the work that's ahead of us here, is the work of reshaping these roles and responsibilities, considering whether and how to add a DSO, whether to add DER owners, whether to add DER operators or aggregators, and indeed the customer, who all may take on new roles in grid operations. So I provide you another snapshot here, another slice of this table that may be the result of this work. You may add the parts in red, distribution system operators, DER owners, operators, and customers. And what would their responsibilities be vis-a-vis balancing supply and demand, or any of the other functions that are created in the table or maybe added to the table. Next, the paper introduced a few Dso concepts. These are ideas, and they have been introduced in literature and been reviewed in the different processes outside of California that we're going to hear about shortly. I focused in on a few of those options: the total Dso model, the total Tso model, and some hybrids that have been considered along those fronts. My purpose here today is not to get into the details of those, but to underscore that the work of this architecture, the work of this group and process going forward, is to really think deeply about the relationship between the grid operators and DER. And we can use these sorts of structural diagrams to provide clarity when considering whether to reshape the various roles and responsibilities. As I look through the concepts that have been introduced in literature and the concepts that have been reviewed in Australia, United Kingdom, and New York, three themes came out to me that I focused on in the paper and that I'll put back in front of you here today. Those are the sort of three Dso model distinguishing features. First is, how is the value of DER to the distribution grid exchanged between system operators and distributed energy resource owners? Is it a bilateral transaction just between a distribution operator and the DER? Or is there some more open market mechanism, or is there some alternative? How is that value exchanged between the folks running the grid and the folks who are connecting to the grid and providing the services to the grid? A second distinguishing feature is, what is the relationship between wholesale, that is transmission level, and distribution services that a DER may provide? And how are they coordinated? If a DER connects to the distribution system and serves the wholesale market, energy or ancillary services, how are those services coordinated between the transmission operators and the distribution operators? The last, and potentially the last one that I spoke to, but I'm sure there's more, distinguishing feature are the profit-making opportunities of a distribution system ownership. And are they separated or left together from distribution service market operations? There is a real or perceived conflict of interest in owning and both operating competing distributed energy resources for the distribution system. And I think that has been a distinguishing feature in the models that have been put forward in the literature and the conversations that have been had about them. So my hope is that we can get some clarity among ourselves about whether we're working on one of these questions, some of these questions, or all of these questions. And I think that if we can get some clarity on that, that will help scope and focus our conversation. My white paper was, I hope, helpful in leading toward that end. That concludes this presentation. And I think we have some time for questions. I'd like to give you a short break before we begin our presentations at 11 a.m. But if we maybe spend 5 or 10 minutes on questions now, that'll still give us time for a short break.
Hey, Matthew, there was a question in the chat that might be for Energy Division from Claire Broom, representing 350 Bay Area. How will efforts between the tracks be coordinated? For example, use cases prioritized by the Smart Inverter Operationalization Working Group in Track 3 may facilitate or foreclose distribution system operator functions.
It's interesting. This question is it's something we've been thinking about, and it's insightful. And I think Matthew may be talking a bit more about this later, or at least you can see in some of the future grid study workshops. I think 3 and maybe number 4. Once the Smart Inverter Operationalization Working Group has developed use cases, we do plan to bring those up in those workshops. And so we are seeing that potential linkage as well.
Yeah. I would say that making that linkage real and effective is a critical question, and we have some ideas about how to do it, and want to test those ideas with you all today, and that will come up in the second part of the workshop as well. The first hand up I saw was Mr. Weedman, Joe Weedman.
Thank you, Matt. I just was curious, and maybe it's a process question. In the white paper were presented some questions for folks to consider for the workshop, and I didn't know if there was an opportunity, looking at the agenda, to discuss those questions as a group, or if you were anticipating requesting comments. I did see some parties sent in some informal comments. And so I just wanted to ask about that, because, just so you know, we did take some time to think about those questions and provide responses to those, but, we're not really sure when and where that will happen.
Well, I would invite you to, share those responses now or in response to the presentations that come later. We don't have a dedicated time in the agenda to go question by question. It was more to kind of get you thinking in the directions that we needed you thinking. But I would also say that a lot of those things are going to be coming up over the course of the next 12 months together. So time spent in organizing those thoughts is certainly not going to be lost. The issues are going to be coming back up over and over. So if there's something in particular that's in response to what I just presented, this would be a good time. Or if it's something you want to say for later, there will be more chances.
Well, just given the tightness of the schedule, I'll certainly, just reserve, because the comments would be extensive and the rationale for the comments would be extensive. But I would encourage us, maybe in the future workshop, to pull out those questions and talk about them, because I think some of them do really frame, you talk a lot in the white paper about common nomenclature and taxonomy. And I think we do need to spend some time on that, because I think there's some critical foundational issues, even looking at some of the presentations people are going to present later, that I think we need some guidance on, so we know how to talk to each other and we have a common taxonomy and nomenclature, so we can talk to each other on these complex topics.
That's very welcome. Thank you, Joe. Lorenzo, I saw your hand next.
Thank you, Matthew, and thanks, Matthew and Rob, for this introduction. I just want to add an item on slide 15. Since I've worked a lot on DSO models in recent years, I think an important distinguishing features, we don't need to discuss this more today, but just to put on the table for folks to think about, is the degree of centralization of control of DERs versus decentralization. To me, that's a key distinguishing feature. That is, how much do we expect the ISO to be the entity that's dispatching and has telemetry and sending signals and all those things to coordinate the activity of DERs versus the DSO's role in that. That's a key parameter to distinguish DSO models. Thanks.
Thank you, Lorenzo. Ali, I saw your hand next.
Thanks, Matthew. I wasn't sure if you were asking us to answer these 3 questions, but I just wanted to kind of add another topic for consideration, as I think it's related, and particularly on number 1 and then number 3, the profit-making opportunities of the distribution system, ownership separated from the service market operations or left consolidated. I think a really crucial element of evolving to a DSO model in California is going to be performance-based regulation, and making sure that all of the performance metrics, the compensation frameworks are all aligned with performance. And so I don't necessarily have an answer about whether they should be, these questions should be separated or left consolidated, but I do think that performance-based regulation needs to be a key part of the DSO model of California in the future.
Thank you, Ali. Okay, we're doing pretty well on time here. Al, why don't we give you the last question and then we'll take a break.
This is more in the way of a comment, but I noticed that it was stated at the beginning that the issue here is not about policies that encourage or discourage DSO or DER, deployments. Yet the notion here is that roles and responsibilities of a DSO are really policy questions. And given the fact that, the current operation of the grid is really discouraging and being a barrier to the proliferation of DERs. It seems like one of the major issues here is that a DSO model actually have the policy implication of opening the door to the high DER that we're talking about. So it seems a little bit that there's a little bit of strangeness about sort of trying to separate these two things out. The DSO model does seem to be very closely tied to the actual growth of DERs. And so in that sense, it really is a policy question that affects the question of how much and where and to what extent we have DERs.
Thank you, Al. Okay, great. Well, I appreciate you all your attention to the presentation here on some of the key concepts, just getting things warmed up, and the comments and feedback on them are well taken and appreciated. We will begin in 6 minutes, a series of presentations about how these issues were raised and discussed in Australia and the United Kingdom. Gridworks is practiced to allow and to encourage lots of breaks. So I want to give you all now a 6, maybe 5-minute break to stretch your legs, have a drink of water, and we will come back together at 11 o'clock for the presentation on Australia and the United Kingdom. Thank you for your attention.
Oh. Is gonna do that.
Good morning, Mark. Good morning, Jason. Welcome to the workshop. We're glad to have you. Just a quick logistical note. Are you ready to cover your own presentations in terms of slide sharing?
Sure.
Great.
Yep.
All right, folks, we are going to move on with the workshop here. The next session of our workshop will focus on lessons learned from Australia and the United Kingdom. We are very lucky to be joined by Mark Peterson of Stratagen and Jason Brogden of Jason Brogden Consulting. Both have proverbially gone before us. They have dug into these issues and led processes with diverse groups of stakeholders to raise and consider these issues. Again, giving considerable thought to how to do so as well as possible, as efficiently as possible, and to get the most out of our time together. We're lucky that they have been able to join us this morning to share perspective on lessons learned that we can bring to bear in our work in California. Mark is going to go first, and then Jason is going to go second. And then we will have some time following their presentations for you all to ask them questions. Mark, would you like to get started?
Sure thing. Hi, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to join you all. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Bear with me, it is 4 a.m. here, so I'll do my best to keep the coffee happening. I'm going to share these slides. Just bear with. Okay, you don't really want to see my calendar, but hopefully you can see some slides coming up. Look, my mission this morning is really just to share some perspectives on, I don't know why that's not sharing full screen, but anyway, okay, here we go. Yeah, just share some process lessons from Australia. I'm not going to get into the particular content specifically. Obviously, your context is different from our context. I really wanted to just share some, if you like, lessons from the front line of working through these kind of processes of deep DER integration and DSO developments. And so really that's my mission in the 10 or 15 minutes that I cover. So really, first thing just to note is that Australia has the great honor of fast becoming one of the world's most decentralized electric systems, with the very massive proliferation of rooftop solar in particular. And you can see really that graphic says it all with regard to the decentralization ratio. In terms of the family tree of relevant initiatives that have occurred in this country, there's been the CSIRO. CSIRO is the National Science Agency that I had the privilege of working for about 6 years and led a number of these initiatives, commencing back in 2012-13, was really looking at the longer term future for Australia's electric system. Then subsequently, the Electricity Network Transformation Roadmap, which was taking a decadal view of how do we navigate transformation of our electric system over a 10-year period, informed by those longer term views. And then out of that was informed the Open Energy Networks project that really then attempted to look at particularly around DSO design and so on. So similar to track 2. So really that was 3 sort of sequential projects that occurred over a period of time with multiple stakeholders, similar numbers of people that are on this call today. So again, sticking to my aim of really just focusing on some process insights, what not to do, and really 4 things that I wanted just to highlight, and then I'll flip those around and deal with the positives. So firstly, what not to do here is underappreciate the degree to which a decarbonizing grid involves multiple interdependent systems, and how that actually impacts your approach to DSO design. I'll just flag these right now, and then we'll come back to them in the positive and look at those from the flip side. Secondly, what not to do is apply an inadequate theory of change. In other words, sort of underestimate the kind of scale of what we're dealing with here and apply primarily, if you like, an entrenched short-termism that can be an easy thing that occurs. Thirdly, fail to create the trusted multi-stakeholder context for robust but constructive contest of ideas. And, you know, I've already heard on this call today some of those sentiments to get beyond that. And then fourthly, applying the wrong or inadequate analytical tools. There's some real traps in terms of tools that appear to be useful in this space, but sometimes are less appropriate to that first point, which is we're not just dealing with one system here, that the grid is an overlay of multiple systems. And we'll talk a little bit about that. So 4 things not to do. Let me keep going. I think John Sturman from MIT makes a very good point here that applies to everything that you're going to be dealing with, and that is getting beyond slogans about systems into really making sure you're using meaningful methods to understand the complexity, facilitate individual and organizational learning to catalyze the changes that you actually need. This is not an easy undertaking that you're embarking on. It's an essential one because there's so much inherent complexity, so many stakeholder perspectives that need to be incorporated. So the right tools is critical. So flipping those around and dealing with those 4 things, but in the positive. So firstly, really critical to design the entire initiative around the grid as it really is, being an ultra complex techno-economic societal ecosystem. And all those words matter. As one of my colleagues once said, we used to think it was a technical system, then we realized it was a techno-economic system. Then we realized ultimately it's a techno-economic societal system. And that brings its own complexities. So to drill into that a bit, modern power systems are in fact a massively complex network of structures. And you can see the 4 of those elements there that are shaded green are really the 4 functional or dynamically interdependent layers: the electricity infrastructure, digital infrastructure, operational control structure, and markets and transaction structure, together then also with the industry and regulatory structure and convergent networks. The wrong set of tools won't actually give you visibility of those overlaying structures and how they're functioning with regard to DSO design. I'm just going to touch on these things. There's a lot more under the hood, as you could imagine, but let me just keep going for the sake of time. As you also think about that, you've also got expanding sector coupling, which is integral to enabling deep decarbonization of a highly flexible grid. And just something that we're noting here in Australia, and I'll just state it, is that as we are pressing towards, and we're actually already in a space where we're having significant time windows where 100% of instantaneous demand is being served by variable renewable energy. In this increasingly dynamic future, bulk energy transmission and distribution systems, together with deep demand side flexibility, will need to function holistically to enable reliable and efficient operation, including periods where more than 100% of instantaneous demand is served by centralized and distributed VRE. It's just worth noting that needs to occur across the TD interface. And obviously all of the thinking around DSO roles needs to be thinking about how does this orchestrate what's happening on the distribution system, but how does that also function within the wider system as a whole. I should just note too that my colleague Lorenzo reminded me just to emphasize that the Australian market structure is probably the closest equivalent in the US is the ERCOT environment, where you've got a vertically disaggregated market structure. So insight 2 is not only thinking about the system as that sort of overlay of systems that need to be accommodated in DSO design, but owning the massive scale of change that's unfolding to avoid becoming entrenched in short-termism, and embedding methodologies that allow you not only to approach this from a present forward, but also from a future back approach. And this is actually a diagram that was has been adopted by the Australian Energy Market Operator. It actually has come out of a paper that Paul DiMartini, Jeff Taft, myself, and a few others collaborated on, the Gambit for 2035. And it really just highlights the massive scale and the non-linearity of the transformation. So what you're embarking on cannot be achieved by approaching this as if it is a linear, undisrupted transformation. I think what the big insight here of Australian Energy Market Operator, kind of somewhat similar to the CISO, is to say we realise that there are some really significant step changes on this journey and building capacity to transit through that. Again, for sake of time, I'm not going to pause. There's a lot of detail on that slide. One metaphor that I think is very, very helpful is that in the 1930s, when we were building the Sydney Harbour Bridge, we did not build it just from the south bank of the harbour, which is metaphorically the present forward approach. We were also building from the north side of the harbour, which is the future back approach. So you need to actually be applying methodologies that are constantly bringing both a present forward and a future back approach. If you just focus on the present forward approach that our sector tends to apply, you will get embedded in all kinds of intractable debates that cannot be progressed. And just to highlight there that we're moving from the legacy to the emerging decentralized system, and you need to apply both of those perspectives. And just also understanding the nature of how large-scale systems actually transition. Again, some work from Curry and Hudson in the UK, that we don't actually transition in a linear fashion from the current state to the future state, but there's a fairly messy and non-linear transformational process in between those. So insight number 3, critical to create the human and societal context where you can have constructive but diverse and robust contest of ideas supported by detailed quantitative analysis. Again, kind of stating the bleeding obvious, but it's amazing how poorly we can do that often. That what we're dealing here with is what Oxford referred to as a tuna context of turbulent, uncertain, novel, or non-linear and ambiguous. So there's a lot of uncertainties under the hood. There's a lot of matters that you'll get into that have a cyber-physical dimensions, that have policy dimensions, that have subjective and objective dimensions. So building the process in which you can leverage the wisdom of the crowd. These are examples of many of the stakeholders that we've engaged in our processes as well from across the sector. Very important to note that consumers, diverse consumers, absolutely need to be part of the process. It's not okay to assume they can't understand it and it's all beyond them. Any decent process needs to be have them involved and be upskilling them in the process, but also that those loops need to be stress tested with ongoing techno-economic modeling, such that in the processes that we've undertaken, really taking that kind of expert and diverse inputs from stakeholders and then taking them through multiple loops of stress testing to then inform the subsequent bodies of work or bodies of engagement. I'm just going to keep going because I'm conscious of time. Insight number 4, and this is the last point here. It's really important to carefully select and apply fit-for-purpose analytical tools and methodologies. And what I mean by that is obviously as we're moving toward a net zero future, part of which, a significant part of which is the role of DERs, but it's not the only part. We're actually requiring of the system to do a range of new things that were almost inconceivable to its original architects. So, so that actually requires us to make sure we are using the right tools. The trap for young players here is that a number of tools don't adequately accommodate the multi-structure nature of the grid. In other words, some of the analytical tools, even though they can sound like they're the right tools, don't tend to sort of look at the network of structures that you can see on screen. They all tend to focus mainly on, for example, a digital infrastructure, and still use the term architecture, but it's a very limited focus on architecture. That can be deceptive because it oversimplifies the sort of overlaid and interdependent nature of what the power system is and how that actually relates to DSO design. And by contrast, applying systems architecture disciplines allows you to interrogate the elements and actors, the linkages and relationships, and the emergent behaviors of the system as you think about different ways that DSO design, the different options that you might have for thinking that through. And I just say lastly here that in the case of the CPUC process, the right tools will be critical to make the complexity visible and tractable. It enables the issues to be decomposed and navigated more effectively by diverse technical and non-technical stakeholders. And I would just say too that after a long debate, a bit like the aerospace industry, in Australia, we've moved from, do we really need to be thinking about architecture? We've never had to before, to a point where recently our National Science Agency and our system operator have identified architecture as absolutely fundamental to being able to navigate these issues. It is actually not possible to make fundamental, enduring progress without applying the right systems architecture or power system architecture tools. Last point that I'd make here is that when an assessment was done on the CSRO project that I led, for every dollar invested, you have between a 3 and 10x return on investment for a well-designed process. And you'll also find that there will be dozens, probably hundreds of issues that you can get into extensive debates on over the next few years. Applying the right toolkits will actually take you from the large outer circle of, for every 100 issues that people want to argue about, the right toolkit will actually move you from the 100, contested impenetrable issues to addressing 80 of them by the cyber-physical, with the cyber-physical tools, and the remaining 20 can come down to the policy-related questions. That massively simplifies the complexity of what you're dealing with. So in conclusion, I'll just say that thinking about the future is a collaborative and highly communal affair, as Marino Gorvis highlights. It requires a diversity of views. We need to involve experts from many different domains. I think that's what you're doing from what I can see. That's a really good starting point, but not to be underestimated. The last thing I'll say is that we've just delivered a report on this topic and a short overview video that you might find helpful. It's linked there in the pack that's been circulated. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Mark. Very much appreciate the presentation, especially your emphasis on how stakeholders can be effectively engaged here. Very well taken. Let's move on to Jason's presentation. And while Jason's getting his slides queued up, I'll acknowledge we have some great questions coming in through the chat bar that we're going to come to at the end of Jason's presentation. Go ahead, Jason, when you're ready.
The unmute button disappeared just at the wrong point there, Matthew. So yeah, so my name's Jason Brogden. I work as a freelance consultant in the UK on energy market reform, and I was the project director for the Open Networks project in the UK for 5 years. So I'm going to share A bit of our experiences over there of what we did for evaluating the DSO models. I'm going to concentrate, Matthew and I talked in advance, I'm going to concentrate on the mechanism and the process rather than the technology and the engineering, so that hopefully you can gain some insight into the way that we approached evaluating the DSO models. Luckily, from going second, I can build on some of the points that Mark made as well. So, and hopefully maybe address Richard's point in the questions as I go through from a UK perspective. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the key drivers, a bit about the regulatory environment. Again, I've been prompted by Lorenzo around that as well. How we approach the DSO development, what other aspects we looked at, because it's not just about DSO development, and then give you some key takeaways at the end of it. And if we start with the key drivers, I don't think there'll be any surprises in here for any of you on the key drivers for pursuing DSO and our Open Networks initiative. Our government, like most governments, have ambitious decarbonisation goals. We want to make the best use of the assets we have. We have some pretty serious export constraints in our distribution networks caused by DER. So in order to free up capacity in the networks, in order to make best use of our assets, we're looking at how we make best use of connected DER assets in the networks. And we had some strong regulatory encouragement. That's code for the government and the regulator got together and set a plan and approach for smart grid and flexibility. And they looked to the industry to deliver that, particularly using flexibility and distributed energy resources as an alternative to traditional asset investment. And I'll talk a bit about the regulatory environment because that's important in that. And I think it's important to note that whilst we had lots of cajoling and lots of encouragement from the regulator, we didn't have firm regulation or license conditions to initiate or make us do what we set out to do as an industry. But the industry initiated an industry-led project through the Trade Association, the Energy Networks Association in the UK, so that the industry was seen as leading the development. And I'll come back to that in some of the key takeaways at the end. So the regulatory framework in the UK is quite different from other jurisdictions internationally. And I'll start with the nature of the market, where we do have unbundled networks, and our distribution companies are totally separated from retail companies, and I should have put in there totally separated from the transmission network owners and the transmission system operator as well. And therefore we have a totally unbundled set of utilities operating in our complex market. Thrown into the complexity of that, we also have metering as a retail responsibility and not a regulated network operator responsibility as well. So there's a lot of distributed functions in the market with lots of different owners, with lots of different both competitive and regulated drivers. And our regulatory model is not purely a capex model. It's not about a regulated return on the cash that's deployed. We have a model called RIO, which is set out in here, which works on a TOTEX basis, on a TOTEX basis. And what that means for network operators is that there is an incentive, and the TOTEX model does reward efficiencies delivering customer benefits. It's not all about capital expenditure. And therefore, in that type of regulatory regime, there is the opportunity for network operators to use these flexible assets and get rewarded through the regulatory framework. And it's not just about the political and regulatory issues with network companies having their capex reduced and reducing their returns. There are opportunities in our regulatory framework in order to release revenue due to efficiencies delivering consumer benefits. And I think actually that's quite an important distinction to make, and probably an important thing to set out the context. So there were incentives, and there was a natural appetite for network operators to initiate our Open Networks project in order to deliver some of these efficiencies. So what did we do? And Matthew asked me to cover sort of some of the process, and obviously the context of the workshop today is about establishing distribution system operation models, and how did we go about this? And again, I'll use some of the prompts that Mark gave in his presentation as well through here, but we followed a very well-defined process over 4 to 5 years to establish, evaluate, and choose the Dso model that we felt was right for the UK market at the time. And I would absolutely agree with Mark that it is about using the right tools as you go along. And what I would say, sort of thinking back, and I was thinking about it while Mark was talking, we made sure we used the right tools for that evaluation process and focused on that evaluation process, because we use some quite complex tools. I know that Australia used some very, very similar tools to us. But actually, it was all driven about making the right choice for how we set the pathway for the future of DSO. So going left to right, and I'll sort of explain a bit about what I mean. To start with, we set a very solid foundation of what we meant by distribution system operation. So we defined functions associated with DSO, baselined those, looked at some of the principles about how we want to operate a distribution system operation model, and then looked to the future as to what that looked like. And I've actually appended them to the slide deck so you can see what those functions are. And we deliberately talked about distribution system operation and not distribution system operator. So we believe that distribution system operation is a set of functions and activities to deliver efficient markets. It's not just looking at how your distribution network operator transforms into being a distribution system operator. That's not what it's all about. And in setting what that vision for the future is, and again, the future thinking element is really important in this. We looked at 5 different models through from coordinating it through the distribution network operator, through to having a totally independent system operator, and a number of different options associated with that. And we picked 5 worlds to take through a set of models in order for us to understand what those worlds look like to deliver the functions and activities that we defined up front. And we did that in quite some detail so that we could understand the associated costs and benefits of those different future worlds. And again, very much looking to the north bank of the harbour, looking to the future, because I can only agree with Mark. If you start from where you are in the present, you never achieve what you need, where you need to get to. And I'll talk a bit more about the pathways in a minute. So we used a tool called SGAM, which is quite a detailed modeling methodology to actually set out what all the interactions were associated with those different models. So again, then you can understand what the functions look like. You can understand the interactions in terms of data, complexity, cost. And then what we did is we evaluated what that meant in terms of the 5 different future worlds. And we applied an economic model to that, again, with quite a level of complexity underpinning it, to enable us to assess those different worlds and make a choice as to what the path was for the future. And we chose our world B, and I'll explain a little bit about that in our next slide. And then once we'd chosen our pathway, we then set out a Dso implementation plan that identified a set of initiatives and changes that were required to the network operators in order to deliver the model that we'd chosen. So we actually went quite right the way through to identifying systems and process developments, data transformation exercises in order to deliver the models that we've set out. And along the bottom here is a really important element, because it's not just about targeting the future. what we found by analyzing the different models is there's quite a lot of commonality between those models. So you can identify common areas of development where you can make progress now. You don't have to wait for the later stages of the development. So particularly things like data transparency, openness of data, publishing data that is useful for DER, connecting DER to know where the best areas to connect into the network, for example, where there might not be constraints. So there was quite a lot of work we did about data transparency and standardization. So if I go on to what we did in order to choose our world, and to come back to Richard's chat message as well. So again, we were looking to the future. We set out the five worlds, but I think again, to reiterate, and we did undertake our economic analysis across all of those 5 worlds over time. So we looked at where might we realize benefits up to 2030, up to 2040, up to 2050, and analyzed that in terms of carbon saving and all sorts of things. And to come back to one of Mark's points around uncertainty, what we realized quite quickly through our economic analysis is actually there is quite a variation between those worlds in the future. But the benefits and the costs associated with those different worlds were very dependent on market conditions. And what we realized was it would be a very expensive mistake to set a future model now when there's so much uncertainty about what that future world looks like and what those market conditions might look like. So in all of the modeling we did, actually the most beneficial action to take now was to work and continue to work on a coordinated procurement and dispatch model with a lot more data exchange and coordination between distribution and transmission, so that we could continue to learn the benefits of coordinated procurement and dispatch of flexibility, realize the benefits for consumers, continue our initiatives for standardization and data transparency. And then when we understood how the price signals resulted in activity from the market, then you can make better choices later as to what the most appropriate model might be. So if we find that the predominance of distributed energy is all at the DNO level and it's more economic to coordinate all of that at the DSO, you can make that decision later. If you find that actually there is very little DER and most of it's connected directly to the transmission network and you're still making use of some of those more traditional transmission connected assets, you can move towards an ESO coordinated type model. But it's far too early to do that when you don't understand how the market conditions will play out. And I think that's really, really important point to take on. And hopefully that's answering Richard's question from a UK perspective. But it wasn't all just about the DSO. We did look at a number of different areas. And again, we had a bit of an evolution as we went through the program. We started by looking at transmission and distribution coordination, and in a similar way that Mark was talking about earlier. But it quite quickly became evident that we could build a platform for future development of distribution system operation. And then when we started setting out that pathway for transition of DSO, we then understood that actually we could make quite a big difference quite early by opening flexibility markets and adding more transparency to data, putting standardization for procurement of flexibility services within the distribution network, and that became quite a big focus for us. So, and then there is another build on Mark's point about taking a holistic view. Yes, we did take that holistic view across transmission and distribution, but our workstream 4 in the bottom right-hand corner on whole energy systems is also wrapping in gas. So we expanded that to look at, well, how can we have a most efficient energy system across electricity and gas networks? We have electricity resources that are dependent on gas supply. How can we take the availability of gas into account in making decisions across whole energy systems for gas and electricity networks? And that's where it gets really interesting in the UK environment, where we have a very strong national transmission and distribution gas network with assets that are are quite gas intensive as well, providing resources into our electricity network. So it wasn't just about the DSO transition. We've been able to look at quite a few different facets of the market. And so to bring that back to a few sort of key takeaways, we were very clear about our drivers and our objectives up front, and the future state vision was really important to set the direction, but you don't need to wait for that. And identifying those least regret elements, those quick wins, the common processes and systems and data across all models were really important to build the momentum for change. We were able to make system changes, make data available, make process changes, look at TD exchange, data exchange processes and formats early in order to build that momentum for change when it came to more complex and more difficult changes later. And that was really important for us. It does take time to establish initiatives like this, but if you set that clear framework for success, then it does put you on the firmest footing. And in the UK, and I probably would say this as the central project director, but having those central project resources were actually key to driving delivery, particularly where you've got a very complex multi-stakeholder environment, as you do in the US as well. The sixth point is really very important about adaptability, and ultimately it drove our decision about the market models, but it also drove the way that we executed our project, because we did go through that evolution from TD to DSO to flexibility. So you have to put a structure in place that allows you to react and adapt in those changing market conditions. And that is really, really important in order to make the most of the opportunities and provide the best opportunities to DER operators out in the market. Mark also made point 7 around stakeholder engagement. We do have complex multi-stakeholder environments in all of these energy market reform programs. And if you don't engage your stakeholders, the risk is that you get left with a very interesting project, churning out some very interesting academic and technical papers, but with no buy-in to actually make the change. So we were very robust in our stakeholder engagement. Stakeholders were embedded through our whole program. And what it meant was when we proposed common standards and data transparency initiatives, they were put in place, because otherwise we were disenfranchising our stakeholders, and particularly, DER providers who are essential to realizing the benefits. And the last point about being open and transparent links to number 7. And then just the one side to wrap it up, because Matthew did ask me what might we have done differently, and so I was thinking about what we might do differently. In our program, we had no regulation to back it up, as I said right at the beginning. So we were driven very much by industry consensus and stakeholder engagement. But actually, if the regulator had been firmer in setting out license conditions or policy, it would have driven change faster. And so there is something to think about whether you set regulation to drive change rather than relying on this continual building of industry consensus. So I think that's quite an interesting point. The regulatory incentive in TOSEX, as I said earlier, does help realize those benefits. And then the last point is we set our project up on an annual basis. We reviewed our direction. We were very adaptable, and we did change our direction quite a lot. But doing it every year, you lose quite a lot of time setting your scope at the beginning of the year and sort of resetting and going again. So I think you need that adaptability, but set it out in longer stages, but make sure you make a commitment to that long-term initiative. So if you're setting a 2-year frame of work, make sure it's part of a 6-year body of work with secured funding for 6 years, so that you do that first year and it's just not going to stop there and go on a shelf. So those are probably the 2 sort of things we might have done differently that maybe we can learn from, and hopefully the sort of process we went through and some of those key takeaways are useful for you to think about. And as I said, I have appended some other information into the slide deck that you can all go back and refer to at your leisure. Just about to time, Matthew.
Great. Thank you very much, Jason. I appreciate your help and perspective. I want to acknowledge that between Mark and Jason, I think we're covering about 17 time zones. And so it's good of you both to get out of bed so early or to stay working so late to support the California initiative, and much appreciated. We have a few minutes for questions here. I want to turn to some that have been posed in the chat bar. If you have a question for Mark or Jason that hasn't been put in the chat bar, maybe raise your hand and we will come to you as time allows here. So Richard started us off with a question of, do you have any insights as to why the ENA, AEMO, that is, those are the Australia work, did not recommend a significant shift to something like a total DSO model? And Jason spoke to that in his presentation, but I want to give Mark a chance to come back to that question.
Yeah, thanks, Richard. Good question. So, and an awful lot can happen in a few short years. And I think where that process went to, what you may not be aware of, and I didn't mention it explicitly, was that the ENA and AEMO process, the third of those processes, never actually issued a final report, a joint report. One of the parties issued their own reports. So in other words, they had some challenges that weren't able to be completely resolved through the process. I think the fact that they landed on the hybrid solution was ultimately something of a compromise position just to try and get to some level of agreement. I think subsequently the work that Stratagen's been doing for AEMO has applied what you would call grid architecture tools, or what we would call power system architecture tools, to kind of really help look at, well, what happens if you keep trying to apply a hybrid model in a world that's actually heading towards a further 5x rooftop solar, 9x VRE, and so on. And that's where you actually need to start being more decisive about the type of layered decomposition that you need to apply. So there's a lot more in the report that's available at the link, but that also goes to the question of tools. I think there was another question there that I'll just touch on, which, so we've kind of, I think SCAM is helpful in the sense that it kind of helps you analyze, particularly the digital layer. I think what we've found particularly helpful about applying the grid architecture methodology is that it allows you to look at the much more expansive dynamic relationships between the four functional layers that include, but are not only focused on the digital layer. So I think that's been a big step forward in our most recent work with AEMO on their control room of the future.
Great, thank you, Mark. Let me turn to a question from, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, Nahal from the Sierra Club. The question was, it sounds like from your experience, the commission should set objectives about the desirability of DER's climate and rate democratization, among other priorities, before selecting a DSO model. Is that your experience and recommendation?
Is that to both of us, or?
Yeah, I think both of you are welcome to weigh in.
You go, Rob.
Well, I was going to say that that when you're evaluating a DSO model, your evaluation tool is only as good as the parameters you use and the economics that underpin them. So you know, you have to set the assumptions and the rules that you're going to use for evaluation. Now, I think you need to take into account cost, consumer benefit, carbon benefits, you know, and we published our economic model that we used for our DSO evaluation, and we're continuing to maintain a cost benefit analysis model as well. So all of that's in the public domain in the ENA website in the UK. But you have to set the parameters and the tool that you want to use to evaluate. So you need all of those elements set out, and the weighting you're going to apply to them, and all of the quantitative as well as qualitative measures. So you can quantify a certain amount of these, but there is also quite a high degree of qualitative analysis you need to do in order to support your policy decisions. So yeah, I'm thinking of the mechanics of the evaluation. You sort of work backwards from that. Mark, you might have a different perspective from your work. I know we used pretty similar methodologies, but
yeah, no, I think they're good comments. I think the thing I would add, and I did skip over this slide, but for those who are watching carefully, the slide that I skipped over was what I refer to as a balanced scorecard of outcomes. So I think the intention of the question is a really good one, and that is that ultimately, if you're going to design a transformation process, you need to know three basic things. You need to know, where are you now, where are you trying to get to, and how are you going to get there? I know that sounds very simple, but that's, it's amazing how we can miss steps. I think the question of where are we going is a really important one, and yet there's actually, as both Jason and I emphasized, there's a tune of context here. So none of us, it's an act of folly to try and predict the exact future that we're all heading to. But we need, this is, because this is a techno-economic societal system, or maybe I should reverse the order of that, it's a societal techno-economic system. There's a whole bunch of dynamic choices that society is making along the way here. So I think where we found the balanced scorecard of outcomes really helpful was to say, look, a key question for any futures-oriented approach is always, well, whose beautiful future are we trying to create here? Because beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So and you can spend the next 3 years arguing about which beautiful future you all want to create, and you'll probably get nowhere. So I think the answer to that we found was, let's actually work through what are at least the broad dimensions of an acceptable direction of travel that we need to be thinking about at a societal level, allow that to help inform, but that also provides for flexibility to navigate and pivot, as Jason and I both have sort of emphasized along the way, because that's inherent to building capacity to navigate. I think the last thing I'd say in all this is that you probably, I tend to frame this up as, let's just get used to the fact that after 100 years of kind of pretty steady state environment, that we've got 10 years of solid transformational change that does not have a textbook to follow, that we've got to build navigational capacity to really maneuver through this. So I think you're framing it up in that way, and thinking about how you design for that, I think, is really important.
If I could just build on that as well, Mark, and I know you found the same when you looked at your work. Through undertaking the analysis now, you can identify what those triggers might be to move you towards a different model in the future. And I talk particularly about, the predominance of distributed energy on the distribution network, and whether that might drive you towards more of a DNO focused model. It might be that you have regulatory and competition issues that might drive you toward more of an independent system operator model, even within that. So through the analysis, what you can do is you can identify what the moving parts of the cost benefit analysis are, and therefore what the triggers might be to realize more benefits in a different model as well. So you don't have to wait and analyze when you get there. You can understand what those triggers might be for changes in the future.
Great. All right, thank you both, Jason and Mark, for your responses to those questions. I know that there's a couple more questions that have been posed in the chat bar. They are more to the I think facts on the ground than the process that you use. So I'm going to leave them there for now. Mark and Jason, if you want to try to adjust those to the chat bar, you're welcome to do that. Otherwise, I would encourage the folks who put the questions there to use the contact information, which Mark and Jason have generously provided to follow up offline. We want to once again thank you both for taking time out of your busy schedules at inordinate hours to be here with us and to share these lessons learned. Much appreciated, and we hope that you'll have a chance to follow along with our progress here, and wishing us good.
Great.
For the participants in the process, I'd like to challenge you to, first of all, take a nice lunch break. We have a busy afternoon ahead of us. We're going to reconvene at 12:15 and focus on our process ahead and the variety of perspectives we have on that process. It is probably not a surprise to anyone that this will be a challenging conversation for many, that this is a hot topic for many. And so as I think your mother or father might have said, eat a healthy lunch, get a little downtime and let yourself rest for a few minutes before we begin the afternoon. I also want to invite you to reflect on lessons learned from what we heard from Jason and Mark's presentations. And as you re-enter the meeting at 12:15, if you have a takeaway or a lesson learned from those presentations that you would like to see reflected in the Gridworks summary of this workshop, I invite you to enter that into the chat bar for everyone to observe and for us to capture. I think that will be efficient and helpful way to get your thoughts on how to apply lessons learned from the other examples that we heard of to our work. All right, so we'll take a break now. We'll return at 12:15 to continue our work together. Thank you.
I am not hearing any sound.
April, are you hearing me now?
I am, thank you.
Very good. It would help if I unmute my mic. I just wanted to do a quick audio check with you since you'll be the next presenter after me. Sounds like we're all good.
Yes, and then just so you know, Erica Morgan is going to do our first couple of slides.
Very good.
So
All right. I'll pass the baton to you then. Erica, is your audio working fine?
I'm here, Matt. I hope you can see and hear me both.
See and hear you. Thank you very much. Okay, great. Folks, just as we re-enter the conversation, I wanted to share with you the Gridworks landing page for this initiative. If you haven't already had a chance to check that out, I encourage you to drop by. I've been posting in the chat bar and sent via the email notice to you that the workshop materials are all posted here. And as we work our way through this page will be able to host all of those documents that we want to exchange for the initiative. And hopefully that will reduce the number of attachments to email and help us with version control issues and so forth. Anytime you wish to share something with your colleagues through this website, we're happy to help host it, and we'll work with you in doing so. As I begin the next segment of our workshop, which is focused on our respective proposals for the process ahead, we're going to begin with a presentation that I'll lead, which is an overview of the Gridworks process. And I just wanted to reiterate that what we have proposed is focused very much on these questions posed by the Commission. How do alternative distribution system operator models compare in their ability to plan and operate a high DER grid, unlock economic opportunities for DERs to provide grid services, limit market power, reduce ratepayer costs, increase equity, support grid resilience, and meet state policy objectives? And secondly, should California investor-owned utilities be incentivized to cost-effectively prepare for widespread DER deployments, and if so, how? I'm going to take a moment to switch my screen share over to the slides, and we'll continue. As we continue through this presentation, if you have questions that you'd like for me to address about the presentation and the proposal, please feel free to load them into the chat bar or raise your hand. We should have a little bit of time after each of the presentations that we're going to hear this afternoon for some clarifying questions. And then at the end, we will be focused on, we'll be able to have a broader conversation about the whole and where we want to go from here. Great, so as included in the white paper, the goals of the Gridworks proposed process are to ensure the initiative provides solutions to problems. That's another way of saying we don't intend this to be an academic endeavor. We intend this to be a solution to problems. Second is to center equity and increase the diversity of participating stakeholders. Third is to leverage the insights gained from Australia, the UK, and New York while creating the process and new ideas that California needs. That's a way of saying that we think that there's a lot to learn from the initiatives that we heard about earlier, but that we're probably going to need to create our own process. Fourth is to inspire stakeholders to do good work. And fifth is to be timely. So we proposed a 5-step process. The first is to set targets, or what we call the essential 2030 operations. Second was to assess gaps between those targets and where we are now. Third is to propose solutions, or DSO models. Fourth is to assess barriers to the implementation of those models. And fifth is to determine potential actions that may overcome those barriers. We'll talk about each of those in a little bit more detail now. Step one, setting our targets. Identify the operations essential to the distribution grid in 2030 in line with the proceedings high DER future grid vision, including required planning, investment, and market functions needed to enable those operations. So here we're envisioning 4 different activities. The first is to collect and organize the relevant existing goals to anchor the aims of the initiative. Second is to lead a workshop whereby we will identify the operations essential to distribution grids in 2030. This would build on the first step there. Third is to request and incorporate feedback from parties on the workshop outcomes. And the fourth is to document the outcome and issue it to stakeholders. And guidance we offered in completing this step was to think of the objectives for the grid as beyond technical and economic challenges to include social, for example, equity, and environmental goals, such as wildfire risk mitigation. Other guidance includes the need to recognize that a manageable scope may require us to necessarily abstract on some things. And third is that it won't be helpful to try to relitigate existing policy. Where questions have been raised and answered, we want to use those as a jumping off point rather than opening them up again. If you'll excuse me for just 1 second, I'm going to make sure that I am speaking to my notes here so I don't forget anything important. Yes, I said here. So will holistically envisioning grid operations in 2030 probably take more time than this? Yes. Could we get 80% of what we need with 20% of the work, a sort of 80-20 divide, and thereby enable the commission to draw some conclusions within the available time? Yes, if we're creative and prepared to compromise. So this is a way of saying, I think as Mark spoke to in his presentation, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and we could spend years talking about our respective beautiful futures and not end up with agreement. We're going to try to avoid that outcome by getting as far as we can, making some simplifying assumptions. So step 2 in our process would be to assess the current status of the identified 2030 essential operations and to deduce any gaps, real or perceived. So and it's important to recognize the results of first 2 steps would yield sort of a shared problem and opportunity statement, or what we're aiming for. The activities within this step, Gridworks will work with the Energy Division to organize a document that identifies which will speak to the gaps. We'll try to use wherever we can existing commission rulings and official evaluations to be the foundation of the document, so that we're not so that we're able to take advantage of conclusions that have already been drawn about gaps between where we want to be and where we are. The second activity would be through the workshop. We'll add to that list of gaps that have been previously identified. And again, that's a workshop scheduled for August 17th. And then for activity 3, Gridworks will summarize the outcomes of the workshop and distribute it to participants, requesting feedback on that. And then for activity 4, we will incorporate the feedback to produce the outcome, which will amount to a shared gap assessment and problem definition, hopefully around the end of September that would be finished. And Gridworks will combine the essential 2030 operations identified in step 1, as well as the gap assessment for step 2 to create guidance for parties leading to step 3, where you will all develop and propose your solutions. So let's look at step 3 together. Step 3 is where parties will propose solutions. DSO model proposals that address the gaps identified in the gap assessment. The activities within this step include parties working independently and hopefully collaboratively to create DSO proposals. The time frame we have allotted for that is between October and December. Activity 2, through our third workshop scheduled for January 18th, parties would present their proposals and receive feedback from other stakeholders. Then for activity 3, Gridworks will summarize the outcomes of that workshop, the proposals and feedback provided on each, and distribute it to participants around January 25th. So parties will be invited to revise their proposals based on that feedback before the 4th workshop, if they wish to. That takes us to step 4 and 5, which will be dealt with jointly. Steps 4 and 5 assess the barriers to the recommended DSO models and identify actions which could address those barriers. Before the activities we have identified here, the 3 activities we've identified are through the 4th workshop, we will collaborate to add to the identified barriers to the proposed DSO models and actions which could be taken to overcome them. Next, Gridworks will summarize the outcomes of the workshop, distribute it to participants and requesting feedback. And then activity 3, finally incorporate the feedback to produce the outcome, which is identified barriers and actions to take in addressing those barriers. Some guidance on how those steps will be taken. Encourage folks to invest time and effort to building mutual understanding. And where possible, the identified actions, I think, would be stronger if we can put them in the form of findings of fact, conclusions of law, or ordering paragraphs that the commission could adopt. We'll certainly have trade-offs in each of the options. We want to recognize those openly. We have the opportunity to include incentive mechanisms, dealing with how the implementation of those and the actions needed to implement those would be included here. And then as was raised in the earlier section, including the outcomes of the CPUC's Smart Inverter Operationalization Working Group initiative to help prioritize use cases as well. So I wanted to provide an illustrative outcome that may result from this process. And this draws on the DER Action Plan 2.0 Vision Element 2B. The goal adopted there was that utility infrastructure business processes, including planning, all source resource acquisition and operations, are transparent, responsive to local and tribal conditions and community needs, and seamlessly integrate cost-effective distributed energy resources. So a completely hypothetical, illustrative outcome that may result from this. This is not my recommendation. I just want to show you how your ideas would surface through this process. Is that the recognized essential 2030 operation to support this goal would be prioritize upgrades to distribution infrastructure in disadvantaged communities to speed DER integration. The gap might be that current planning processes for distribution infrastructure don't provide that priority, and it slows and sometimes prevents DER integration in those communities. A proposed DSO model, which might speak to this, is a community choice distribution system operator. I completely invented this out of thin air, okay? Community choice aggregators take responsibility for operation of distribution systems within their service territory. The barriers, regulatory, terms and conditions governing how CCAs operate the system needs to be specified. Legal, California Public Utilities Code may prevent that. Actions that could be taken to address those barriers include CPUC findings of fact, PUC code changes. You can see how each piece of the recommendation would be developed over the course of the 4 workshops. Again, illustrative example, but leading into some of the presentations we'll hear after this, I want to show that I think there is a way for some of the ideas being put forward to be surfaced through our presentation, through our proposed process. So some of the frequently asked questions I've received about our proposal: what happens after workshop 4? So Gridworks will compile all the outcomes of the 4 workshops, including the party proposals. Gridworks will edit the compilation for consistency, brevity, and cohesion, and then submit the draft future grid study. Following submission of the draft future grid study, there will be record development. So what will be on the record? Gridworks will serve quarterly reports on the progress of the initiative that will be available to the ALJ as record evidence. Those will happen around about July, October, January, and April. Then parties will file comments and reply comments on the draft study and present their perspective at an en banc with the commission in the third quarter of 2023. Then the ALJ and the assigned commissioner will issue a proposed decision targeting the fourth quarter of 2023, including comments and reply comments. Frequently asked questions about Gridworks proposal continued. So what is Gridworks' role in all of this? Gridworks is responsible for organizing and leading the workshops, including supporting materials and reporting. The compilation of the future grid study being the large piece of that. Soliciting and faithfully representing stakeholder perspective, and organizing stakeholder proposals to achieve consistency, brevity, and cohesion. And how will proposed DSO models be evaluated? Parties will provide perspective on the merits of the proposals, and Gridworks will organize and characterize that perspective. As always, the commission may order further evaluation as needed. Here's the schedule. This was featured in the white paper, but the dates have been updated to reflect May 3rd. Otherwise, the dates are all the same. And I just wanted to call your attention to this Gantt chart that was at the bottom of the white paper, which shows the flow of all this work and how it leads to the conclusion. Nothing has changed about the process from the white paper till now, except I updated the dates to reflect the changes in our start date. So that concludes my presentation. Want to take any, maybe one or two clarifying questions if you have them now, and then we'll move next to April's presentation. William, did any questions come up in the chat bar you think I should address here, or do we want to go to see who's got a hand up?
There's a couple here. Let's see if we can tackle some. The CPUC decision expected in Q4 2023. Will the decision choose a distribution system operator model? Or if not, what will it aim to decide on? From Susanna Churchill.
I think that's up to the commission, and I don't know if staff wants to speak to that now.
Yeah, I think this is a journey. I liked Richard Coe's statement, and we'll kind of figure that out along the journey. I don't know that currently I'm imagining we would, but it'll be an interesting process.
If we have time, Matthew, could do one more. On slide 24, your illustrative example discussed a utility function. Wouldn't it be better to not make assumptions about which roles utilities will perform? Use a specific function, DSO, load serving entity, rather than implying the role a utility would play in the future. From Claire Broom, 350 Bay Area.
Let's see, I didn't follow the question. I'm looking for it in the chat bar to see if I can get clear. Or Claire, do you want to speak to it?
I think that one.
Sure. The issues come up in previous discussions in this proceedings. Utilities currently perform multiple different roles. They're the distribution systems operator in essence. They are a load serving entity. They also own transmission. And so to really help us focus on what we want the future to look like, would it not be better to use functional terms rather than use utility as a shorthand, which is, I'm glad you gave an illustrative example. That was very helpful. I'm just suggesting that in the future, maybe rather than using utility, use the function.
Okay, thank you for that suggestion. I will certainly make note of it and give it some thought. I appreciate it, Claire. Okay, I know we have a lot of other voices to get to here. Are there any other burning questions we need to address before we turn to April?
I've got one.
Go ahead, Samuel.
Okay, well, it's a two-part interrelated question. The first is the defining the essential operations in 2030. I assume the quantitative perspective from that is flowing from Cavala's modeling. Is that correct?
I don't think that's the right assumption. We'll learn more about Cavala's capabilities and focus. We have the final research plan. The current hope is we'll get some clarity on the scope and impact the electric vehicles will have on the grid and electrification, fuel switching more broadly, and get some insights as where those impacts are going to happen first and how to plan for those. Potentially layer on some data about equity and planning for disadvantaged communities and those types of greenhouse gas emissions, all of that. But in terms of modeling out different DSO models in the way that Mark and Jason were describing, I don't know that Cavala's platform is designed for that. That's not my understanding.
Right, but hopefully just some insights into the range of DR impacts at various levels along the 2030, 2035 snapshots, and that we can use to have some sort of basis for what we're designing around.
Yeah, I think scenario planning around different potential future amounts of DERs on the system, that is something that the Cavala platform should help with.
Okay, and then secondly, Matthew, I have a concern with just selecting 2030 as the target year to inform all the planning discussions. And it's probably best expressed in the context of that brilliant slide that Jason from Australia presented, where he was showing the non-linear pathway of the transformation. Wouldn't it be better to also kind of look at 2035, 2040 to see if we need to be setting in motion parallel paths to develop along in the nearer term, so that, just to make this more concrete, say business as usual kind of enhancements get us to a steady 2030 state, but would fail between 2030 and 2035. And the solution would be to now start laying out those parallel paths of developing market mechanisms and scaling that up over the same time frame, so that when we get to 2030, we have a smooth transition thereafter and don't just kind of hit a wall.
Great. So is your suggestion that we pick an additional date beyond 2030 and imagine goals and essential functions for that date as well?
Yeah, just to see if there's any parallel paths that would need to be set in motion.
I'll just offer that the Cavala study is looking at 2025, 2030, 2035 currently. That's sort of that's the timeframes, and I thought I'd mention it.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Thank you for those good suggestions, Sam. Appreciate it. Okay, to keep us moving, we're going to go over to Erica Morgan from the Alliance for Community Energy. Erica, are you prepared to share your slides?
We had it set up so that April would share hers, as we're both working off the same presentation.
Great.
If you give me just a moment, I will pull up our slides.
Great.
While the slides are coming up, if you asked a question about my presentation in the chat that didn't get addressed, I will get back to you.
Okay. Whoops. Starting at the end. While April is resorting those slides, I will go ahead and introduce myself, and thank you, Matt, for the opportunity to be part of this workshop today. My name is Erica Morgan. I am the Operations Director for the California Alliance for Community Energy. The Alliance is a statewide coalition of organizations and advocates for local clean energy development, and particularly that local clean energy development that delivers social, economic, and environmental benefits directly to those communities. I want to thank Alliance Coordinator Al Weinrub and the Executive Director of Wildtree, my colleague April Summer, for their work in assembling this proposal. And these 9 organizations that joined with Wildtree Foundation and the Alliance in supporting our alternate proposal. These slides summarize the proposal, but a full copy of the proposal itself is linked on the Gridworks site that Matt alluded to earlier. It is all the way down at the bottom under other comments as Wildtree's proposal. So anyone who would like the full detail of this may get it there. To lead into our recommendations, and April, you may move to the second slide. We start by saying that we took very seriously the white paper's stated objective to provide an on-ramp for a process that actively engages stakeholders. And in fact, that priority has been stressed throughout the presentations made earlier this morning. But from our vantage point as members of our communities, we must point out the multiple ways in which the proposed process actually either doesn't reach that outcome or actively impedes that outcome. And that's all in the context of recognizing what earlier speakers have said about the complexity of this transition, the length of time that it takes, and the imperative of including a very broad array of stakeholders, including the people from the communities that we represent and work with. So we have 3 big observations of the paper itself and then the process, beginning with the first one listed here, which is certainly not unique to this paper, but it's virtually universal in CPUC processes and proceedings more generally. And that is one of language. Non-insiders simply can't understand what we're talking about here. That was true in the white paper, and it's been true to a significant extent in this workshop as well. In fact, we had an additional organization with which we work closely that represents frontline stakeholders who turned out unwilling and unable to sign on to this proposal because they weren't clear what we were trying to do here. Language, the language that must be bridged from the people who are ratepayers and will be affected by these changes to those of us on the inside. That's a huge breadth of translation. And regrettably, the paper as it stands did not achieve that translation. So in essence, becomes part of the problem. The second observation is that the paper and the process do not recognize the work the CPUC has already done in addressing some of these issues in the Environmental and Social Justice Action Plan, Goal 5 of which states the CPUC's commitment to improving participation opportunities in areas like this. Yet, however, as our recommendations will show here in a moment, once again, there are many ways in which these opportunities were missed. They were not just not mentioned, they were passed over. The third thing has to do with the objectives of this effort. From our perspective, again, there are objectives that are assumed in here and centered around the needs of the system, the grid, but not the needs of the people. And my example for that comes from Matt's previous discussion of Essential 2030 operations. Stakeholder engagement, where was it in defining what those essential operations are? How can stakeholders provide input on gaps when they don't understand what the objectives and how those have been created? And then the report is issued to the stakeholders without their input. And the DSO proposals come from the parties, but stakeholders have no access to this step. How can mutual understanding be created when it excludes this vast and important group, this audience of ratepayers and community members out there who will be, who have so much at stake in this discussion. So we see that the process as proposed really doesn't work for community stakeholders yet. It impedes rather than supporting engagement. The process as proposed has a central role for consultants, but it filters the comments and the voice of stakeholders. It yields consultant reports, but not a record that stakeholders have informed. So our alternate proposal has 5 recommendations that I'm going to turn it over to my colleague April to present. Go for it, April.
Great, thank you. Hi, April Marat-Summer from the Wild Tree Foundation. And thanks for getting us kicked off, Erica. So you'll hear later on from other stakeholders, in particular the Climate Center and Center for Biological Diversity, regarding the mechanics of stakeholder engagement. But our proposal is focused on the process needed to ensure that stakeholder contributions to this proceeding are meaningful, useful, and actually used. So our alternate proposal has 5 components: a new guiding document, development of objectives at the outset, utilizing an innovative California process, workshops designed to facilitate stakeholder DSO proposals, and development of an inclusive record. I'll speak briefly to each of these recommendations, but I can't cover much in the next few minutes. So I do encourage you to take a look at our fully developed proposal that Matt has posted to the Gridworks website that Erica mentioned earlier. So our first recommendation here is the issuance of a new guiding document. Erica talked, spoke about the problems with the white paper, and we have proposed a way that we can get ourselves back on the on-ramp to meaningful stakeholder engagement. The white paper must convey the urgency and importance of this effort. And I won't go through each of these, but you can see on the screen some of the components that a guiding document should have. And this should be, again, focused on language that is digestible. Not just by extremely sophisticated parties that routinely intervene at the PUC, but by the communities, by the actual stakeholders that we are seeking to engage. The second part of our recommendation is objectives. You've heard this throughout the presentations today, but just cannot stress enough that we have to lay the foundation for what we're actually, seeking to do here before we set out to do it. And at that point, that hasn't happened, and it's not something that has that there is time allotted for to do in the current proposal from Gridworks. So, objectives focus on community stakeholder engagement, engage communities to define the objectives to meet community needs, and define the objectives in plain language with understandable, relatable terms. Recommendation 3, improve California process. So the focus on the white paper has been on looking at what other countries and states have done, but those are examples that are not entirely analogous. The systems are different. The starting place is different. Objectives are similar, but they're not the same. And that's not where we should be looking for how we design, a California process. California should be an innovator in this. We've also, looking at the models from other places, they took a considerable amount of times and did not have results that we're looking for here, which is a change from the status quo. California can and needs to innovate in addressing community and public needs. So workshops and topics, there's been 4 workshops that have been proposed. We instead propose 5. And you'll hear again from some presenters later on that we're all on the same page about the importance of starting off with our first workshop actually about stakeholder engagement, using that workshop to help develop guiding principles and a draft community stakeholder engagement plan. Following that first workshop, we would have the development of objectives. Then the second workshop would be requirements to remove barriers and achieve the objectives. The third would be essential operations and functions for meeting the requirements of removing barriers and achieving objectives. Finally, roles and responsibilities of the grid operator and other parties needed to carry out essential operations. Seeking to hedge off a little bit arguments regarding time frame and that we shouldn't be looking to add additional workshops and extending the time frame here. There's no deadlines. There's no statutory deadlines in this proceeding. The deadlines, any that exist at this point, are arbitrary. And excluding meaningful community engagement to meet arbitrary deadlines is at the heart of institutionalized equity. We need to take the time to do this right. And this needs to start with stakeholder engagement and objectives. Our final recommendation is an inclusive record. You know, no one, I think, is seeking here to have a consultant engagement process. We're seeking to have a stakeholder engagement process. And the way this needs to happen is that there's an actual record that is developed. Engagement of community stakeholders requires trust that their views will be heard, not diluted or filtered by others. So the logistics of how stakeholder engagement becomes meaningful, used, and useful is as follows. Workshop presentations need to all be recorded, and there should be transcripts made available. There should be a facilitator's report circulated for comments on the record. Revised workshop report should be responsive to comments, also placed on the record. And following the workshops, invite on the record DSO proposals from all stakeholders. And this is just absolutely key. What's been proposed at this point is that the consultant would put together a report that you know, would seek to kind of cobble together different proposals, but there's no opportunity for there to be direct proposals made to the commission from stakeholders. So, you know, talked a little bit earlier about where we shouldn't be seeking to look outside of California for examples of how our process should work, and we should start with looking at the commission itself. So there's 2 ongoing proceedings that provide great examples of where, you know, the commission has directly solicited proposals from parties. So this is, they're listed here, R.21-06-017 on clean energy finance and R.19-09-009 on microgrids. So, you know, the proposals need to come from the stakeholders and from parties themselves, and not be filtered and you know, through any other mechanisms. Following a submission of party proposals, there should be on the record comment and reply comments on all of the party proposals that have been made. So, you know, I think this, yep, I think this this is our proposal. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them here, but we've got a lot more detail in what we've put out there in our document. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Erica and April. very much appreciated. Are there any clarifying questions for the presentation here? We maybe can take 2 or 3 minutes to do that before we hear from Lorenzo and Roger. I just want to note that Lorenzo and Roger are going to speak to some of these same points as well, so there'll be some more time on this theme.
Nothing yet on the chat. Matt.
Okay. Thank you, William. Looking for hands going up.
I could just maybe comment from staff's perspective. This approach might be beyond the resources that we have to carry out. So I just, without any comment on the merits of what you're suggesting, I'm just saying it's possible that we, even if we were to attempt to do this, we might not actually have the resources to accomplish this, and that's just sometimes the reality of the limited resources we have. But that's not to say anything about the content of what you're saying. I'm just reacting to some of the steps involved might be time beyond what we actually have available as resource. We have one staff person to work on this.
I'm sorry, could you clarify what resources you mean precisely?
People, staff. We have one staff person on this entire proceeding. So it's just a reality check for everybody. Not to in any way criticize what you're saying. We're gonna definitely try to examine this in its full extent and understand what this would look like and the merits of it. But I'm just saying sometimes there's only so many people who can staff these proceedings, and in this case, we have one person. So it's just something to be mindful of. That's all.
I just want to say, I mean, we do have the.
April, this is Rob. Let me just add to that before we have sort of a back and forth that potentially may occur. So can I share something, Matthew? Would it be all right? I can't seem to share slides.
I'll stop mine, and then you should be able to.
Great, thank you. Okay, so let's just look at sort of the overarching themes in this track. That middle bullet is really important to keep in mind, is that we're addressing long-term policy issues that could likely result in findings that implicate potential action, and very likely will, beyond the time frame of this proceeding. This is a big undertaking. So I just want everyone to keep that in mind. And the other thing I want you to keep in mind is sort of what we already have planned. And I realize this is small, I'm going to zoom in a bit. And matching this up with the future grid study plan is tricky, just because of the way contracting works in the state, the way our staffing issues, and getting all of our ducks in a row in the right time frame to appease everyone is really quite challenging. So we do plan for this summer timeframe to have this workshop for community engagement needs assessment scope. It'll also talk about data portals. We've paired those two together, transparency of data and planning for a scope of a assessment that would occur if it's ordered by decision. Next year would be the earliest that could be ordered, because we have to contract out and get the resources needed to do it. So if we were to successfully propose the scope of a larger scale community engagement, which is what we want to contemplate this summer in a workshop, the actual report would come out a year later at the soonest. We get a decision ordering it. That puts the wheels in motion for potentially getting contractors. They get hired, and then and maybe staff, and then we do the study, whatever that scope is, and then have results. And so it's something we've been hearing since the beginning of the proceeding, and we really want to do this and do it faster. But it's also something, it's as you know, challenging. So I don't know, does Commissioner Houck want to add to that?
Yeah, I do. I just want to make sure everyone knows that community engagement is very important. I think you've made some really good suggestions here. We do need to go back internally and discuss what can be done on what timeframes and how we can accomplish things. But I know a priority for me in this proceeding is to do community outreach and hear proposals from communities. So I don't want to underscore the importance of what you've raised. I want to underscore the importance of what you've raised here. And the staffing issues are something we internally need to address in one way or another once we decide how we're going to move forward. So we are balancing time and resource constraints with the absolute understanding that we do want and intend to do community engagement in a meaningful way in this proceeding. So I don't think we're making any decisions here today on what that looks like. And we are listening and fully considering all the comments that you're providing. So I just want to make sure that's clear.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that clarification. And we're going to hear some more ideas on this theme. I want to respect the other presenters who put together presentations to share on this theme by letting them get their perspective out there as well. And we have some time at the end of these presentations for more discussion on this as well. So our next presenter is Lorenzo Christoph. Lorenzo, are you ready to go?
Yes, I am. And I will have my presentation up there in just a moment. Okay, and hopefully everybody can see this. Okay, so I'm Lorenzo Christoph. I'm an independent consultant. I know many of you from engagement with commission proceedings over the years. I'm in this proceeding representing the Climate Center. And our recommendations, I'm going to start with a little higher level view but then get down to recommendations at the end. The big picture here, I think, is important to me and many of the folks that I collaborate with in this and other proceedings. We think about where we are, 2022, looking forward at what's happening. I think everyone here got the memo that our climate and ecosystems have been severely disrupted and things are getting worse and will likely continue to get worse. Impacts fall most heavily on frontline and disadvantaged communities, and we're seeing that globally. Really, it's not just a California issue, but not exclusively on those communities. It really affects everybody to a degree, and we need to be aware of that. And of course, our fossil energy systems and practices are a major cause of that. But we can't just stop using energy. We have to have it. So we need to pursue three major goals in parallel with urgency. And I emphasize, I'm not inventing these goals. I think all three of these themes, which are distinct but interrelated, but all three of them are throughout California policy in all of the agencies that deal with energy and climate adaptation and so on, and in state policy. So I think this is sort of goes broadly beyond this proceeding to California's goals in general. Sustainability, stop making things worse. And that's basically the decarbonization, reducing greenhouse gas emissions and other things that are disrupting natural systems. Resilience, prepare for the impacts of damage we've already done. If we were to stop burning fossil fuels tomorrow, we would still be seeing climate impacts that are going to play out over decades, and we need to be prepared for those. And that's my way of distinguishing what resilience is. It's going to happen no matter how quickly we're able to decarbonize. Equity, prioritize environmental and social justice, correct past harms and inequities, create a just transition. I think this is the toughest in many ways because it's hard for us to visualize and settle on what does this mean in terms of practical impacts. And we have a lot of ideas about, closing down toxic plants that create emissions and have health impacts. But going beyond eliminating the bads, what does it mean to create goods? And in particular, when we talk about distributed resources, I think that's where the vast potential remains untapped. So as we go to these three goals, I would say all three of them have local dimensions. The way we make progress on all of them requires local initiatives and local actions. And this is really a key linkage. Sustainability and decarbonization, a lot of the initiative comes through local planning activities, whether it's climate action and adaptation plans, city and county general plans, which all cities and counties in the state have to create. But they traditionally make decisions about the things that affect carbon emissions and the things that affect equity and resilience as well. Zoning and land use, building codes, what kind of projects they're going to approve for development, housing density, how people move around, redesign of mobility. These are all things that have local dimensions to them, that have local initiatives that are working on making change. Resilience, the second one, I think we have to, while I appreciate grid resilience, I think the essence of the issue for people is resilient electricity supply, whether it comes from the grid or another source. The big lesson from Texas in February 2021 and elsewhere is don't depend entirely on the grid for electricity. If we really want to ensure resilient supply, then we need to plan for what happens when the grid goes down. No matter how much we invest in it, there will be outages. So how do we deal with that? And then finally, equity. We can target resilience activities, health and economic benefits of local clean energy to disadvantaged people, frontline communities, and neighborhoods. Again, it's making this transition from equity and energy justice as very important high-level goals down to practical impacts. How do DERs, how can they potentially address what local needs and priorities are? How can the application of DERs address local initiatives for decarbonization, resilience, and equities? And I think we need to hear from those people, the actual people and communities that live the impacts of policy and regulatory decisions. So I see as a challenge for this proceeding, the first one is shifting the paradigm from DERs are a problem to be managed, from that to DERs are crucial to achieving California's energy justice, resilience, and sustainability goals. And I want to refer back to something that was quoted from the OIR at the beginning of today, the idea that the proceeding is not trying to aim for more or fewer DERs or set some target as to what the optimal level is. I agree with that. But I don't think this paradigm shift conflicts with that, because what I see is that we have a system that is really largely designed around centralized resources and decisions made for investment that are done in a centralized fashion, and has built-in barriers to the ability of locals to be able to plan and deploy DERs. So I don't think removing those barriers is the same thing as saying that that the proceeding is contradicting what was that starting premise. And another risk that we need to be concerned about is that, and I see this throughout the systems, I'm involved in a lot of different activities in electric industry change going on, that viewing DERs are a problem is really where most people start. What do we do with declining inertia? What do we do with too many entities who are now fragmenting the way the system operates? And as long as we look at DERs as a problem to be managed, then that leads us to planning based on worst case scenarios. What happens if everybody comes home in the same neighborhood at 6 p.m. and plugs in their EV and they're all charging at the same time? Well, we need to be thinking really more about the management of DERs in a way that supports the system. So in order to get there, I feel like, in essence, that similar to what you heard in the previous presentation, engage the voices of the communities who actually feel the impacts, facilitate bottom-up identification of the needs and benefits of DERs. How can local resources really improve the quality of life in these communities? And then evaluate alternative DSO models on their ability to deliver these local needs and benefits. So this is just verbatim from the scoping rulings track 2 questions. I just blew out the points into individual lines here and added some color, but it's really the verbatim text. And my little box here just says community voices are essential to translate these objectives into practical impacts and benefits. And I think that's especially true when we're talking about increasing equity and supporting grid resiliency. And then finally, where I end up on recommendations is very much aligned with what you heard in the previous position. I heard earlier today from the Gridworks presentation that you do intend to issue an addendum to the white paper. And so I think that addendum could capture some of these notions that, that California's goals really do require an emphasis on the local and the role of local voices, which means then how do we do that in a practical sense in this proceeding? And that's item 2, some kind of a workshop that's going to gather input and have a plan for engaging communities. I note that Rob brought up the community engagement part that's in track 1. I'm concerned that while that's a good idea, it's also very much focused on distribution planning quite narrowly and is not as broad an engagement process as the kind of thing we're envisioning here. So, so while that still is a good thing to do, I don't think it's sufficient. Examining and learning from the experience of other jurisdictions, I think we did hear some valuable things from both Mark and Jason this morning about their processes. Number 4, the white paper does say that they're adopting the UCAN proposal, and yet the way the workshops laid out in the white paper don't quite align with what that UCAN proposal proposed. So I and Climate Center would support a workshop structure that's more aligned to what you heard from April this morning. And then a process after that so that DSO proposals can build on all the knowledge and all the understanding that's developed in the prior workshop to have on the record public meetings to explain the proposals and so on, followed by a proposed decision. So that's where I end up, and that's the end. Thank you very much for your attention. I will stop sharing.
All right, thank you, Lorenzo. We have time for 1 or 2 questions for Lorenzo. Anything coming up in the chat bar?
It's a pretty great discussion going on in the chat. Some questions for ED, but I'm not seeing anything immediately for Lorenzo.
Okay, then I'll take this opportunity to get us closer to on schedule and go over to Roger Lynn. Roger, I understand you'd like for me to share your slides.
Yes, please. Thank you, Matt. And I'll try to be brief. Like you said, we've been coordinating our work, so I think a lot of the points I'm going to make are very similar. But I did want to just pause for a second, and I see Tamlin and Brad have questions, and I did want to create space for them. Again, I'll be brief and cede some time.
Okay, thank you, Roger. Brad, why don't you go first, and then we'll come back to you, Tam.
I was just wondering if Lorenzo could clarify the mismatch, because you identified, Lorenzo, a shortcoming in the way the workshops are set up in terms of setting the long range. And we heard so clearly from Mark from Australia that think about the future back is essential. And then in Matthew's opening slide, step one of the process was something like, figure out where we're going. It was a sort of envisioning step as I read it on that first slide. And so I'm curious, Lorenzo, how you think where is the mismatch?
Yeah, I think I would describe it as jumping right into the 2030 essential functions. To me, that skips the step of really coalescing around the objectives of what we're trying to accomplish. And in the way the UCAN proposal was laid out and what April laid out today, before we get to identifying the functions, the approach is, we'll start with what the goals are of the process. What are the big picture societal goals that the energy system, the high DER future grid, needs to serve in order to accomplish the societal objectives? And then from that, the essential functions are derived. I hope that makes sense.
But if I could just offer, Lorenzo, in my description of what the 2030 essential functions, there are goals that are pretty high level, like the example I gave you. And there are recognition that those goals may be beyond technical and economic to include societal goals. So I tried to clarify with my example today that I think that there's room within that to express things and to have goals and recognize things that are larger than what we would have called functions in the grid architecture terminology. That's different than the community engagement suggestion. That's a different set of ideas. But the idea of having the ability to set what are our targets, I think that's what I was trying to communicate was a part of that first step. But let's hear from Tam and then we'll move on.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Matthew. And mainly a shout out of appreciation for Lorenzo for reframing the discussion here. We fully agree in the need for that reframing and the need to really look at resiliency, equity, and sustainability as kind of this, three legs of the stool moving forward for state energy policy and DER policy more specifically. So appreciation there. And I want to also just highlight the need to really, for the commission to step up and show its agreement in terms of prioritizing resources. We understand Gridworks is here to help, and that's a big lift to run these groups. I've been through many in the past. Matthew and his team are amazing, but we definitely need more PUC staff, and would love to hear soon about how the PUC can actually allocate more staff where it's needed here.
Okay, great, Tam, that's well taken. So we will move to Roger's presentation now. Thank you, Roger.
Thanks for that time, Matt. So this presentation was made in conjunction with 350 Bay Area, Sierra Club, California Alliance for Community Energy Climate Center, CCAEJ out of the Inland Valley, and Center for Biological Diversity, where I am an attorney. And again, just to refocus the conversation on the community engagement, and a rhetorical question for everyone: is this the mother of all proceedings, as Utility Drive had so fondly advertised it last summer? Going back to staff's comment on the long-term nature of this, okay, the mother of all proceedings, long-term, we're going to need a long-term community engagement effort. So this presentation refers to this track, this phase of this track, but also refers to every phase and every track of this proceeding as well. Next slide, please. And on that note, I'd like to, for everyone to imagine a hypothetical. Actually, it's not so much a hypothetical, but put ourselves in the status quo of 2040, and who is going to be the last in queue for decarbonization? That is just a given right now. The ESJ communities are going to be there. And we see from the OIR, three little pieces pulled out from the OIR here. Transportation, electrification is going to get us to our climate goals. Policies, programs, and incentives, the legislature, local ordinances. This OIR, this proceeding anticipates a high DER future. And that is, to meet our climate and equity goals, we have to embrace this high DER future. We're not going to get there otherwise. And just put yourselves in that hypothetical for a second. Pretend it's 2040. We're trying to get to SB 100. Who are those last percentiles folks left there? Can we start from the ground up and not design a system where we have to rework it completely at the end, where it might be cost ineffective? And that's a key phrase, I think I want to just keep repeating, and I'll get to in a second in a couple of slides, cost effectiveness. But where do we want to be in 2040? And if we already design a system and get to 2040 and we realize the system isn't going to be able to help us some, then we're in a lot of trouble and we're not going to meet our climate or equity goals. Next slide, please. This problem has been documented by some folks over at Berkeley. There's a link over to it here. Won't spend too much time on this slide, but can we flip the script right now? Can we do what the authors of this paper identified and put the last in the queue at the front of the queue instead? And this may involve non-wire investments. You know, we're going to hear about ownership of resources from another party in a little bit. Non-wire investments, is there opportunities there that we can look at now? Next slide, please. This basically goes over what Lorenzo talks about as well, how we have to get the objectives of the community first in order to design the system to meet there. Even going to Matt's points about roles, to figure out the roles, you have to figure out the objectives. So again, and two big takeaways from me on this one. The first, again, is cost effectiveness. Going down, we have to ask ourselves, how can a high DER future serve the needs of DAC residents? What are the community priorities for decarbonization? We've heard it now, another term for that, essential functions. What are the community's essential functions for decarbonization? And what are the costs and benefits of getting those? Community ownership of resources, again, non-wire alternatives, exiting the grid, other opportunities where we don't have ownership issue and legal challenges in that respect. That's especially valuable to communities. What are the costs and benefits to make that happen? And last but not least, jobs, community economic development opportunities. What are the costs and benefits there? I stress, again, cost effectiveness, because every single phase of every single track in this proceeding, let alone a lot of other proceedings, but this one in particular, that deals with resources, potential resources, microgrids, rooftop solar, electrifying transportation, that are of a significant interest to communities. What are the costs and benefits that are missing from our current cost effectiveness analysis? You know, whether we want to call them non-energy benefits or local social costs, these are just resiliency. The list is endless, but these are not considered in current cost effectiveness analyses. And we shouldn't go any further in this proceeding until we at least plan on how to get that data from the community and input that data into our decision-making or grid design architecture. And the second point I want to make on this slide as well is that the PUC should manage this engagement process. We have to start as soon as possible. That's a given. We have to form those relationships, break those trust barriers that the SB 350 barrier study identified. And again, this is not limited to only this track or the DPP, the distribution planning process track. This is all phases of all tracks of this proceeding, certainly in informing the objectives though, of what we're trying to do. So we have to start as soon as possible, and the PUC has to manage it as well. I understand the staff resource constraints, but we've seen in the adaptation proceeding, for instance, an IOU-led engagement effort that so far, hopefully it will change, but so far has not produced the results we'd like to see. We don't want to have another just simple checkbox, unfortunately. Next slide, please. There is going to be resistance to this, obviously. Some parties are not going to want this. So from the advocate standpoint, we need a guiding principle that we can always refer back to. If the commission is serious about this, if we're going to follow the ESJ plan, then why not formalize that in this proceeding and have a guiding principle that we can always refer back to? The San Joaquin Valley proceeding had one of these. This is a quote from that one, from that decision. Replacing pilots with high DER or Dso model, but in any event, there is unfortunately going to be some resistance to this, and we're going to need to have something to keep turning parties back to the centering community engagement and community voices. Next slide, please. And almost getting there, last but not least, it has to be funded. I was just talking to a reporter yesterday, and the reporter was saying, well, EJ voices are needed in every single proceeding. How do we do it? And, you know, well, you have to fund it. You can't just expect everyone to do it for free. And if we're really going to depend on these on the ground voices, then it has to be funded. The intervener compensation program, there are too many barriers. I'm sure everyone on this call really enjoys filing notices of intent and also claiming, but also the duration. And unfortunately, some parties, including the Public Advocate's Office, have challenged community-based organizations' outreach and engagement efforts. There has been a chilling effect placed on the intervener compensation program to help fund community engagement. So that's not a good way to go, unfortunately. The Commission is also working on a community engagement funding pilot. Why is this a pilot? Can we get the program off the ground and make it a permanent program, and maybe even use this proceeding to make that happen? The third option that's mentioned in the OIR is from the DIDIF, the 16 million. I'm not sure what's happening there, but there's another option. And finally, the EPIC program. Are there other DER programs or grants happening that we can leverage from the EPIC program, whether past, current, future work? But at the end of the day, we have to fund community engagement upfront as well. Like going back to the San Joaquin Valley proceeding, are we going to make some community-based organizations wait 4 years to get their award, which is what happened recently? And there's one other community-based organization that still hasn't received intervener compensation. So the funding has to be upfront. Next slide, please. And the proposed next step that you've heard from some other folks today, sets a community engagement workshop, again, held prior to workshops 1 and 4, going to energy divisions and staff's concern about staffing. We are here to help figure out how, what this workshop should look like. We know community-based organizations. We want to help figure out what other entities to invite. Should there be other potential municipal characters or school districts, for instance, that are also going to represent their communities? Who else could be invited? And of course, we have the DAC advisory group to also help with that. And we can leverage the work that's been done, that's been talked about today, so we don't have to start from scratch. Funding mechanisms, just discuss those. This should produce a draft community engagement plan subject to party comments. And again, we need that guiding principle because there will be, unfortunately, pushback against this. And again, this is a long-term effort. Down the road, hopefully we're coming out and being able to see each other in person more and more. There's an opportunity to do workshops around the state. But I want to end by stressing that I understand that this is a big effort, and staff, I think just now from staff's reaction was just like, are you kidding us? There's only one staff person. But then going to some of the comments in the chat, like, is there a way to reconfigure how we look at this proceeding? And to end where I started, if this is the mother of all proceedings, that's looking at our long-term future for resources that are of especially important interest to residents in disadvantaged communities, let's do a long-term community engagement effort as well. But thank you for your time, and happy to field any questions.
Hey, Roger, this is Rob Peterson, and I don't want to come out wrong, because I find the support we get from parties, I mean, it's essential, and I really appreciate your offer there on support. I do want to clarify one thing. So $16 million, it was $4 million over 4 years, but not multiplied by 4. So it's $4 million spread over 4 years. And just to be transparent, that is the funding for the work by Verdant, Gridworks, Kavala, and Francis Cleveland from Xanthus across all 3 tracks. So just to clarify that piece.
Thanks, Robin. That's consistent with other party comments, though, that this is very consultant versus community heavy. So we'll scratch that bucket. But I do encourage the commission to look at that pilot opportunity as well as EPIC. And again, why are we only doing a pilot? We know it works. We all talk about it. Let's figure out how to fund community engagement.
Great, thank you, Roger. Is there one more question for Roger on his presentation before we move on to the next?
Not on the chat, Matthew.
Thank you.
A lot of good back and forth, but no questions.
Okay, great. Now we're going to hear from David Castle from Southern California Edison. Dave, I have your slides loaded and ready to present for you.
Great, thanks so much. Trying to get my video to come on again. Sometimes it just takes a little bit before it happens. So,
okay.
All right, so thank you everyone. And I just want to start by reflecting on some of the great comments that we heard earlier today, particularly around community engagement. That's something that we definitely want to make sure that we enable in this process. I saw one reference to the microgrids proceeding, which is one that my group at SE was also involved in. And so definitely hope that we can build on the engagement that we had to that proceeding and that we can have an even stronger way to hear community voices during this process here. Also want to note, I heard the comment about technical language, and so apologize in advance if my presentation also includes some technical language. I'll just note that it is something we need to think about in this proceeding. There will certainly be technical topics that are going to get addressed. And it occurs to me that way back in the day for the first DRP proceeding, we actually hosted a couple of workshops along the lines of distribution planning 101, just to try to create a baseline level of technical knowledge about planning. And I'm wondering if it would be helpful for stakeholders to have a series of workshops, something like Distribution Operations 101, where we could just dig into some of those technical details so that stakeholders that have not been involved with commission proceedings as much can feel like they are prepared to engage on those topics. If folks think that would be a useful thing to do, let us know. I think that's something that we can arrange and try to facilitate and work with parties to make that happen. Something else I want to reflect on is Lorenzo's comment that we need to transition from DERs as a problem to DERs as a solution. I think that's a great point. And in some ways, the big question overarching this entire work here is what is the right model to enable that paradigm shift? And so I think that's the right way of looking at it. And that's a question that we're looking forward to trying to answer along with everyone else. From our perspective as the distribution utility, one of the ways we look at that question is how do we make sure the grid is ready to enable that transition? And how do we make sure that the grid and DERs are working well together and supporting each other? And that's what I'll talk a lot about in this presentation here. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So before getting into the details of our comments on the approach here, I want to just say a few quick words on how SCE looks at DERs. Our strong belief is that DERs are going to be a big part of the future of the grid. And we've made a lot of investments already through our various GridMon plans to support that, to make sure that, as I mentioned earlier, the grid is ready for DERs and can support all the great services that DERs can provide. I'll note that we have a couple white papers that we published recently. The Pathways paper talks a lot about how DERs are going to be a big part of how we transition to a carbon-free power system. And in Reimagine the Grid, we talk a lot about how there are new capabilities that we need to have on the grid to make sure that we can take advantage of all the services and functions that DERs can provide. And as we look at this, in order to make sure that DERs can be as valuable as they can be, that we can unlock those values, we look at it from the perspective of what does it take to make sure that on the grid side, we're ready and we have the infrastructure and capabilities necessary to manage all of that. But in general, we see an improved Dso model as a key solution to help solve a lot of the big challenges that we face in the grid today, from customer resiliency and reliability to green energy supply to the many, many impacts from climate change. Next slide, please. So a quick overview of what I'll be talking about today. First, we want to make sure that system functions are considered in tandem with market functions and not as two separate things. Second, we want to talk a bit about the complexity of DSO roles. and then finally talk about criteria and metrics for how we're going to evaluate DSO models. So let's go ahead and jump into the next slide. So sometimes we think about system functions and market functions as two separate things, and they are distinct, but one of the points I want to bring across today is that they're also interdependent and relate to each other a great deal. And so when we talk about system functions, we're really talking about capabilities necessary to maintain or improve reliability. These are most of the functions that we do today that we've been doing for a long time, things like planning, situational awareness, communication, grid control. But also part of those system functions are capabilities necessary to enable all the market functions and unlock that value from DERs. And those are capabilities that tend to be either newer or just emerging today. When we talk about market functions, we're referring to all those functions that can help enable grid services. So scheduling, dispatch, verification, settlements, all of that. But part of the conversation about market functions is also how those functions can be optimized to benefit the grid. And so the message that we're trying to convey here is that as we think about what a DSO model should look like in the future, let's not think about just a bunch of system requirements and then pivot and talk about market design. Let's think about them both together. How do the market functions change what system capabilities that we'll need? And how do the market functions support those system capabilities? I think seeing some of the previous presentations, I feel like a lot of folks probably already see it that way already. But I just want to make sure that as we move into how we define DSO models and think about models, our suggestion would be that we think about these system functions and market functions together. Let's move on to the next slide. So we wanted to have a brief mention of DSO roles and responsibilities. They are really complex and there's a lot going on. I think the complexity of how different roles relate together in some ways was highlighted from some of the earlier presentations from other jurisdictions, just emphasizing how much interconnectedness there is across different activities. So as we think about roles in a future DSO model, our suggestion is that we are very clear to indicate how the critical roles are going to be performed. There's a lot more actors are going to be involved in between DERs, aggregators, and other parties. And there's going to be a lot more coordination and communication that's necessary. Just as an example here, so all the functions that are listed on the screen right now, these are all generally what we would consider to be system functions, with the possible exception of DER dispatch in the upper right there, which would probably be a market function in a future DSO model. But that being said, all of these system functions are related to the market functions, and in order to effectively dispatch DERs and run all those market services, there'll need to be coordination with all of the other roles that are listed here. And so as we think about who's going to play what role in the future, we want to make sure that we clarify that and make sure that these roles are not just happening, but that the necessary coordination is being thought about in advance, so that all those connections can be made and can become part of the model that gets developed. So next slide, please. So finally, our last main point here, so we're suggesting that clear upfront criteria should be established for evaluating DSO models. In the approach as currently laid out, there's not a lot of discussion on how models are going to get evaluated. In some of the presentations that we saw earlier in other jurisdictions, there's discussion of pretty expansive quantitative analysis. And it looks like that's probably beyond the scope of what we have in this first phase of the effort. Although presumably we'll get there eventually with a more detailed quantitative benefit cost analysis that looks at not just traditional benefits, but also other metrics, as was mentioned earlier. Our suggestion here is that in this first phase, we probably still need some sort of initial criteria or initial screening so that we can filter out proposed models and know which models are strong contenders that should move on to that more detailed analytical phase. And our suggestion is that we can start off with at least qualitative criteria to inform these discussions. So we've listed out a few sets of criteria here. This is not the be-all end-all, obviously, just a starting point for what's important, what sort of things we'll be talking about. And so we have a few categories. First, achievement track objectives. How is a model expected to show improvements in these various objectives as laid out for the track? Second, benefits and feasibility. So focusing on how do we make sure this model is going to be the right model, that it's feasible, that it's going to work. And then finally, risk assessment. What could go wrong? And more importantly, how can we take steps to mitigate the chance that what could go wrong is going to happen? What can we do about it in advance? And while we're suggesting that for this initial phase, a qualitative approach to evaluating the models is probably what makes sense, since there's not the time for that detailed quantitative analysis. We also think it makes sense to think about upfront what those quantitative metrics should be. And it was noted earlier that simple benefits and costs may not be the right metrics or not the only metrics. And I think we certainly want to make sure that we do capture all the right metrics. I think all of those main objectives, left-hand column, there are probably metrics that we could try to develop associated with those that we can actually use in that detailed quantitative analysis to make sure that that full analysis is robust, comprehensive, and not missing out any key details. Let's go on to my last slide. So in general, we're looking forward to collaborating with all the other stakeholders, looking forward to lots of engagement, looking forward to a lot of robust discussions. I think that as we move forward on this approach, there's a lot of opportunity to make really significant improvements into how DERs fit into the energy picture today. These three suggestions here about making sure that we consider both system and market functions and their interdependencies, that we address the complexities around roles and responsibilities, and that we are smart in how we develop criteria to assess these models. Our view is that these will help us get to a really strong solution at the end of the day that will in fact help change that transition from seeing DERs as a problem to seeing DERs as sort of important services that lead to solutions across the power system. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dave. Let's see, Tam Hunt has a question for Dave.
Yeah, thank you. Tam Hunt, GPI. Two questions, actually. First, specific question. I really appreciate this presentation, David, and I wonder if planning functions would include interconnection studies, et cetera. You didn't mention explicitly, so I wanted to just ask that.
So I think interconnection is probably a little different from planning, but certainly should be included on that list of things.
Okay. And so I know SCE, I think, has no position currently on DSO, but are you saying SCE would expect that a DSO would take over interconnection, or that you're open to that possibility?
Well, I think in general, the discussion of specific changes to roles is several steps down the road. What we're trying to do now is just make sure that we identify all the functions and think about how they relate to each other.
Got it. Okay. And then a bigger picture question you might have the same response to. Does SCE currently have a position on the merits of a DSO model taking over those activities? Or are you, like you said, kind of going through the process and reserving judgments as to the merits?
Well, in general, right now, we're trying to reserve judgment, as you said. I think there is a lot of discussion that needs to happen before we start talking about specific models. And, you know, I think the approach laid out in the Gridworks white paper, but also laid out in the alternative proposals, takes the right approach of starting with objectives and requirements first and having those discussions. And from there, moving into more detailed discussions about what the future model should look like. And I think that's a good way to approach it.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Richard, go ahead.
David, I presume that you heard the UK presentation earlier. What did you think of the suggestion in there that the best way to get the utilities on board with finding the right solution is to have a more incentive-based framework?
Well, I think incentives are tricky and complicated, and so, but can have benefits as well. I think that here in California, we've had a tough history with incentives in the past. We've had a lot of, in some other areas, had a lot of challenges with effectively implementing performance-based incentives. That doesn't mean it should be off the table, but I do think we should come to it with an open mind and recognize the complexities of setting up an incentive system, just as we recognize complexities in every other part of this.
Great. Thank you, Dave, for that, and Richard for your question. We've been going about 90 minutes, so I want to give you all a break. Let's take 5 minutes, come back at 1:50. We'll continue the presentations and conclude with our discussion. Come back at 1:50, please. Rachel Koss, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you. I was just doing a quick audio check and we'll come back together in a minute and you'll be on your way.
Okay, thanks. And thanks for putting up my slides. Appreciate that.
Got 'em.
save me from my own technical hell.
No problem. Okay, folks, it's 1:50, so we will begin again. Thank you for the good energy that's been brought to the presentations and discussions so far. We have a few more to go, beginning with Rachel Koss from the Coalition of California Utility Employees. Go ahead, Rachel.
Thank you so much, Matthew. Good afternoon, everybody. So my presentation is not exactly an alternative proposal. It's more of a reminder of the legal framework within which we're working throughout this proceeding. And lucky for us, it's pretty straightforward. It's laid out in Public Utilities Code section 399.2. The language of that section is now on the screen. No, it's not. Can you advance to the next slide? There we go. Perfect. And I won't read through all of it. You can read through it at your leisure. But I will tell you a little bit about the background of this code section. It was enacted through AB 995 after the energy crisis. And what happened during the energy crisis was utilities were forced to divest much of their regulated generation fleet to unregulated third parties, and the safety and reliability of the grid was severely damaged. California suffered rolling blackouts. Consumers lost about $40 billion. It was a catastrophe. And so section 399.2 came into law to ensure that something similar doesn't happen with the distribution system. And it reaffirmed the core distribution functions of the electric IOUs, which are to operate and control all facets of the distribution system. Matthew, can you go to the next slide, please? And specifically, section 399.2 makes clear that it is the sole responsibility of the IOUs to, quote, operate the distribution grid to ensure safety, reliability, efficiency, and cost effectiveness. And once again, can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So the law does define operate, and it is broadly defined as including but not limited to all of the things that you see on this list here, which include owning, controlling, operating, managing, maintaining, planning, engineering, designing, constructing, emergency response, service connections, and service inquiries. So what the section does is it establishes the legal guardrails when we're considering DSO roles and responsibilities. And this is, just a reminder that if the commission or any party wants to go beyond these guardrails, they're first going to have to convince the legislature. So again, my presentation just serves as a reminder to the legal framework within which we are operating throughout this proceeding. And I thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Rachel. I have a quick question for you. Well, maybe it's not a quick question, but it's a process question. If parties agree that this is a constraining piece of legislation on the changes that they're proposing, what would be the best way to go about it from a process point of view to recognize those constraints and identify what changes to code would be necessary to pursue the ideas that are being proposed? Do you think that that should be done sort of like in a piecemeal way that's kind of spread out across the process? Anytime something comes up that might require a code, we address it at that time? Or do you feel like the ideas should be gathered and then at the end, we could look at them from a legal lens and say, for all these ideas, here's the changes that might be needed?
I mean, personally, I think the latter approach is probably more efficient. You know, everybody's going to present their ideas. I suppose they could, in their proposals, include whatever they're proposing necessitates a change to the code, you know, a statutory change. And then, you know, we can proceed that way. You know, legislation takes time, so it's not going to happen quickly, but I think first and foremost, people need to get their ideas out, and then we can discuss how to move forward.
Okay, that helps. Thank you, Rachel. I see a hand, Roger Lynn. Do you have a question, Roger? Roger, we can't hear you. You're on mute.
Can you hear me okay now? Sorry.
Good now.
Just more like a comment in that I think it's premature. It's not even premature. I think it's irresponsible to just, based on the plain language of the statutes, where there is ambiguity, to immediately impose barriers, an additional barrier while we're talking about barriers. Like, this is going to be an issue that I anticipate right now is going to be argued out throughout this proceeding. I stress argued out, and it's not definitive.
Yeah, the language is quite clear to me. So I think
The language is quite clear to me to the contrary as well.
So I think, you know, we can take a collaborative approach and talk about it when there are proposals
Yes,
for
exactly.
roles and responsibilities.
Right, exactly. But I think just putting those boxes, I think Matthew's question just indicates it, I think, is a mistake at this point.
Yeah, I mean, but I do think it's important to remember that this is California law, so we are confined by it. And yes, you know, all law can be interpreted, but I just thought it was important to remind everybody that this is the structure we're working in.
This is the utilities structure and the utilities interpretation that we're working on.
Well, to be fair here, Rachel's not speaking on behalf of the utility. She's representing the California utility employees. So let's give that respect. And also, I think what we heard was that, you know, in any proposal that comes up, in almost anything we talk about, we have to do a legal interpretation and decide, does public utilities code need to change in order for some implementation to happen, or is it already covered? That's a part of a lot of conversations that we have. And I think what we heard, my takeaway was, from a process point of view, is what Rachel is encouraging is for folks to develop their ideas. And then when the ideas are developed, we can have a conversation about whether and how this code may be impacted or need to be changed. And to me, that's a practical process point of view. And for today's purposes, we're trying to understand how we're going to work through these issues from a process point of view. I don't expect we're going to resolve legal disagreements on this call here today. So with that, let's move on to Richard Coe, who's going to present from the Cal Advocates. Richard, I got your slides ready to go.
Okay, fire them up. While that's happening, I'll just remind everyone, I'm sure you know, but the Public Advocates Office is the independent ratepayer advocacy body in California. Look, we think Gridworks has done a pretty good job with the white paper that we're considering today. And as a result, the suggestions that I've got here are kind of more adjustments and clarifications rather than big changes. We like the fact that in the initial stages of the Track 2 process that Gridworks has proposed, we work towards a gap assessment. We've always said that it's important to start or have an understanding of the problem at an early stage in the process. And we think that the gap assessment that's proposed should help to identify the problem. We are also open to all solutions at this stage. Again, the problem needs to be identified before we start to choose solutions. But we're pretty happy that the Gridworks paper has put incremental solutions on the table. So I've really just got three broad themes around the things that I'm suggesting today. Next slide. So the first broad theme is that we think that any solution should be a journey. And happily, this point has kind of come up in various forms throughout the discussion today. I think part of it is that too often in these, at least the large transformational projects that I've been involved in the past, when a solution is identified, that the transition process to that is often left as an afterthought. Instead, it would be much better to integrate the transition up front. And I think we should try to think of the solution as a journey to identifying the a journey to the endpoint rather than the endpoint itself. And I think it's about getting a sense of the direction to move in at this stage. And as has come up, in the UK presentation and Mark's presentation, we can make adjustments along the way that change the direction that we're heading in. Mark talked about, on the Australian approach, talked about where we are now, thinking about where we are now, where we're going and how to get there. Samuel Golding a couple of times mentioned the parallel paths. So I think that's all part of this idea of kind of a journey to think about up front. Next slide, please. Look, I've just put slide 3 up there just as a framework by which we've used to think about the different models in the Gridworks paper. You'll see that the first half going up at the top, it starts from the status quo. The first half is really representing an approach where we move towards a large amount of structural reform, significant transformation. And depending on whether the markets are consolidated or separate markets are created, you get the 3 different models that have been proposed there, the total TSO, total DSO, and IDSO. But then if you think about the models that involve no structural reform, there's hybrid model A. So this is the bottom half of the tree, which is really just the status quo, if I've understood it correctly. And then where there are incremental changes, some of the models there are just essentially adjustments to the status quo, with hybrid B and hybrid C. But I think whether you go for an approach that involves structural reform or no structural reform, it's important to think from an early stage about what the process is to get there. And I just wanted to pull up again this diagram on slide 4. Next slide, please, Matthew. That we saw earlier on in the UK approach. We've studied the UK approach a bit. We had a chat to the ENA in the UK who have led this work. We didn't talk to Jason, but his comments, I think, reflect our conclusions on it. So they have this, and I do want to just repeat it here. They have got this range of endpoints. They have started off on this world B, which broadly reflects where they are at the moment. And they have set off on a path that involves undertaking least regrets improvements in the short to medium term that support all of the different endpoints. And as Jason indicated, they understand that there may be a point in the future where certain trigger events happen. It could be more DERs entering the system than expected. And there may be then a need to move to towards different endpoints. But by understanding this kind of range of endpoints at this stage, they've been able to plot a path in the short to medium term that involves supporting any of those with incremental changes. And I think Jason expressed it quite well when he talked about adaptability to changing market conditions. And so I think that's reflected in this idea of keeping endpoints on the table, having this journey, and then having the ability to shift between paths or directions. So next slide, please. As I said, we support Gridworks' proposal to start by thinking about these operations or the functions, and then undertaking a gap assessment. So getting to this idea of what the gaps are and what the problem is. Once the gap or the problem is better understood, I like the idea of parties thinking creatively about possible solutions. As I suggested earlier, there are, in the Gridworks paper, you could think about it as both options that involve structural change, options that don't. Gridworks seems to have flagged the ability for parties to think creatively about other solutions that are not within the Gridworks paper already. I think as we do that, it's important to take into account the current regulatory conditions, such as the customer programs that we have. And certainly one option is to design a roadmap like we have seen in the UK, where there are these multiple endpoints. And I think at some point, as solutions are identified, the idea of thinking about some sort of cost benefit analysis is a good one that has been done in the UK and Australia. But I think it's good not to limit our range of solutions before we have established the problem. And onto the final slide then. I guess this is a caveat to the earlier point I made that we like this kind of the place that Gridworks has started from. The workshop that has been proposed by Gridworks in the paper covers the first 3 steps in the grid architecture 4-step logic. We've heard a bit about this from the different speakers already. So it's about defining the objectives, determining requirements, and identifying functions. Again, drawing on the UK approach, when we think about the functions, and I think Matt has called this the operations in his terminology, I think it'd be useful to at least bear in mind the types of detailed tasks that would need to be undertaken for each type of function. And when they did this in the UK, they talked about activities, and they even have another level below that, steps. So I think it's really important to keep an eye on the more detailed tasks that are going to be necessary. Look, I think it seems a little bit too much for one workshop. So we think it might be worthwhile splitting workshop 1 into 2 workshops to adequately cover these issues. I'm thinking the workshops could be fairly close together. I'm not suggesting a completely separate workshop. Let's think of them as a workshop 1A or 1B. Workshop 1A could be to define the objectives and determine the requirements. I think it is really important, as a lot of parties have said, to define the objectives. And then workshop 1B could be to think more closely about these functions or operations, and to consider the sorts of detailed activities and steps that would sit underneath each function. I will stop there. Happy to take any questions or comments.
Great, thanks very much, Richard. I think we have one question here in the chat for you. Would, quote, "no regrets, early stage of the journey and preserving a broad range of alternative world outputs suggest a way to identify high priority smart inverter operationalization working group use cases?" I don't know if that's familiar to you. Go ahead.
Yes, that is familiar to me, and I think that is a really good point by Claire. I think there should be a kind of interaction between these 2 processes, track 1 and track 3, and the idea of using track 2 and track 3, using the track 2 work to help direct us in track 3, and vice versa, is a really good way to approach it.
Great. Thank you, Richard. Any other questions for Richard? Okay, hearing none. Richard, thank you very much for the presentation and good suggestions. Moving on now, we are going to hear from Robert Perry. Robert looks ready to go. Robert, do you have your slides up and kicking, or do you need some help with that?
I think they're up. Are they up there? Okay.
Yes, sir, we see them. Go ahead.
Okay. Hang on 1 second. Okay. So I'm going to try to be quick, because a lot of the people who come before me have eloquently stated a number of things that I'm going to go through. And I want to thank everybody who's presented and everybody who's on this call. I think we have a tremendous brains trust to address this problem of how do we create a resilient and equitable energy paradigm. My main focus right now is on first steps, because I think first steps are the most important. We want to make sure that the ones that we take are in the right direction. So my main thrust of my comments is I'd really like for us to revisit the societal approach of proposal 3 as opposed to proposal B as opposed to proposal C. This is just comparing the different steps between the two. The main upshot is that by using a societal frame, that kind of a frame is immediately relatable to people within the community. I think it's something that they can, if we can translate our actions and strategies into how they address societal goals, I think we'll get a lot more uptake and participation. The thing I like about proposal B is it starts with articulating the societal goals, and then each subsequent step grows organically from that first step to the point where by step 4, workshop 4, a Dso model will emerge that is optimal to address the societal problems presented. Proposal C, both these proposals are very similar. I think they borrow from the same conceptual toolkit. My only issue is that I think if we define public policy objectives and then pivot to a systemic analysis and then only determine organizational structure and stakeholder roles by the end, we run the risk of leaving out the community. Now, in all fairness to UCAN, on several occasions, they emphasize the need for robust community engagement in steps 1 and 2. But I like proposal B because community is intrinsic in that societal frame. You will always maintain your focus on what community needs are. So what are the community-driven value propositions? I use the term community-driven because I think engagement or consultation doesn't accurately describe the level of participation that we're going to need from communities. We need community leadership. And community leadership is what will create high levels of stakeholder interest and participation, but the communities must first have agency and the capacity to act. And I just want to give a shout out to a proposed bill that's coming down, going through the process, SB 833, the Community Energy Resilience Act, that will provide direct funding for communities to be able to act in that capacity. And, you know, through that leadership, you identify the synergies between locations that are net generators and others that are load centers within the grid, and can, through aggregate these resources proactively to reduce, defray the modernization costs. And I think that the concept of local flexibility markets that you can put out is an extremely interesting concept and model that could be used at all levels of the distribution system. So what is a societal problem writ large? I'm drawn to this EnviroScreen image of South Central LA. I think it really exemplifies a lot of the problems that are faced in large metropolitan centers. I mean, here you have vulnerable communities. They're sandwiched between highly emitting industrial centers and transit corridors, and that developing DERs within each neighborhood alone will not be sufficient to really solve the problem. So we got to look to reverse the historically adverse relationship between these neighborhoods and the industrial centers and try to create a mutually beneficial partnership between the two. And there's many opportunities that would be created. And I think that's another frame that's been previously alluded to. We need to advance strategies in terms of what opportunities are presented to the different stakeholders within the community. And commercial industrial zones offer surplus capacity. Surrounding neighborhoods can benefit as off-takers, and then can in turn offer a skilled workforce if school-based DER systems are developed strategically. So this is the kind of approach that I think we need to keep in mind as we move forward. We're creating an entirely new system of energy from the bottom up, and we really have got to make sure that our first steps send a strong signal to the community that they're an essential part of the process. By focusing on greater societal goals, we can articulate the high DER future and then work backwards to develop the right path to get there. And during that process, we maintain a frame and a language that is easily understandable and can be supported by communities. So again, I think we really need to think carefully about the terms and the lexicon that we use in communicating to the communities, and it needs to be relatable to something that they can easily understand, which is the societal problems that the existing system has created or presented to them. So that's the extent of my comments. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Robert. I know a lot of the themes that you have spoken to have been a part of our dialogue for a good part of the afternoon. So we're going to be brief here. Is there any questions that need to be put to Robert before we move to our final presentation and then have an open discussion? Okay, hearing none, the last presenter we'll hear from is Steve Berger from TMEX. Steve, do you have your slides ready to go, or should I help you with that? We'll get you off mute there, Steve.
Okay, how's that?
There you are.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
All right. We were motivated to respond at this point in the process because it seemed that there was a built-in bias toward a independent distribution system operator, DSO. And we think that there is an alternative that doesn't really require a DSO or a special organizational structure. And it can be accomplished with market signals rather than control signals. The object of the project is to develop a framework for designing a market. And we think that the decisions that go into a market are, do we need a distribution system operator? Or do we want one? Who makes the distribution wires investment decisions? Who makes the DER investment decisions? And then how are the DER investments coordinated? And who makes the DER operating decisions? And how are the DER operating decisions coordinated?
Steve, can you make that larger?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Okay. There are 2 pilot projects underway under the umbrella of the CPUC's Unite vision, which is a way of incorporating high penetrations of DERs. One pilot project is at Southern California, and that's considering a variety of DERs from residential to commercial. Another is at Pacific Gas and Electric, done in conjunction with Valley Clean Energy. And there the objective is to control agricultural pumping. And what makes these pilots interesting is how different they are from the central command and control approach. So I've developed a strategy table here that has the important decisions aligned across the top and the choices for each decision in the columns. And just as a straw man, I've included something that's very much central command and control and compared that with what we're doing in the Unite projects. Under the, do we have a distribution system operator? We'd say, no, we don't. We just have the same organizational structure that we have today. And the distribution operator is perfectly capable of managing the high penetrations of just DERs. Who makes the distribution decisions? It could be a DSO, or we're saying that it should be just the distribution operator, the same as it is today. That's the investments in transformers and wires and poles and so on. Who makes the investment decisions? Well, could be the customer, or it could be a DSO. And some of the schemes like virtual power plants, demand response, and so on, involve investments by both customer and the DSO, sometimes only the central controller. How are the DER investments coordinated? Well, in the transactive energy model, customers have access to forward tenders or forward prices in the same way that central generation planners have access to power purchase agreements. They can look into the future at what prices are going to be and then decide whether they want to invest or not. In the transactive energy model that's being implemented, those customers actually have access to future tenders or prices. And finally, much of the concentration has been on who makes the DER operating decisions. And that could be the customer or the DSO. And in the Unite model, it's the customer that's making the operating decisions. I'll talk about that in a minute. And how are the DER operating decisions coordinated? Well, they're coordinated with prices or market signals. So that's the way we coordinate markets for everything from airplanes to tomatoes. We have to think about what the customer is going to look like in the future. And with the onset of the information technology transformations that are taking place, future customers will probably have batteries, some of them electric water heaters, HVAC systems, smart appliances, and electric vehicles. And each of those electric devices will have an agent or a little brain associated with it that can, if it has prices, it can optimize the operation of the battery or the water heater in a way that maximizes customers' welfare. And we're certainly in the future, people will be connected to a transactive energy platform through an internet connection.
Stephen, I want to interrupt you. Are there additional parts of your presentation that concern the process ahead of us? And we'll have lots more time to talk about how transactive energy solutions work as we work through here. Are there any more parts of your presentation you want to cover about the process ahead?
Okay, I apologize for talking about alternatives. I think that's early in your process, but anyway, the slides are here for everybody to look at. The benefits of this approach are that it's simple. It simply implies a straightforward redesign of customer tariffs. The prices are granular, they can be locational, and there's a separation of energy and distribution costs. So we can manage the distribution system more or less independent of the electric system as long as it's coordinated. It preserves customer autonomy and customer privacy is preserved. Easily scalable to very large numbers of DERs. We'll probably have millions of electric vehicles, and there isn't any reason why they can't all be coordinated using market signals. And finally, no DSO is needed. So that it's all here if people want to look at it. And I hope that the process considers this. I hope at some time the process delivers a strategy table that shows the key decisions, shows how they've been, what's recommended, and shows what the alternatives are. So I guess by way of process, I recommend that at some point in the process, we're all able to look at a strategy table like this.
Great.
But thanks.
Thank you for that, Steve. I appreciate it. All right, so we have about 30 minutes before we need to conclude. I'd like to spend at least 20 of that having a more open discussion here of the ideas we've had put forward. And then we'll spend a few minutes wrapping up. So I created a series of questions. I'm going to take back the screen now, okay, Steve?
Yeah.
Thank you. Created a series of questions for us to discuss broadly here. And I'm going to pull those down in a moment, just let you have a chance to look over them so that we can end the tyranny of the screen share and actually look at one another and have a conversation for a few minutes. So if you are presentable, I invite you to turn on your camera and join the conversation. And I'm going to lead you through a series of questions to discuss. So the first question I have for you is, what is one key similarity and one difference between the ideas that have been presented here this afternoon? What is one key similarity and one key difference between the ideas presented here this afternoon? Where are my analysts? Go ahead, Al.
Well, not to jump in or to be too prejudicial here, but I feel that what we've heard is strongly that, and this goes back to some of the initial comments, is that a lot of people will see that this process needs to be transformational. That basically the energy system and the way things are working today are not working in order to promote or develop distributed energy resources that can really benefit our communities. And this has been expressed in many fashions in terms of the need to really engage the community, that is the main stakeholder in this process and where the energy system goes. And then the notion that in order to be able to do that requires some shifting around of the process that's being anticipated in order to be able to bring those voices in at the future, to provide resources for those voices, and to basically be able to start to think about a way in which our communities are not impacted by the kind of energy model and running of the grid that happens today, where our communities are suffering from the impacts of wildfires due to negligent regulation of the utilities themselves, to power shutoffs that we have no control over, extremely increasing electricity rates that are driving people out of house and home in many cases, and a distribution grid where we cannot get DERs onto that grid. We have no future prospect of actually a high DER, high DER future, because we're nowhere even close to moving in that direction. What we see is the CPUC, yeah. So I think that's a theme, that basically we need to do something that's very drastically different here.
Great, thank you, Alan. Apologies for cutting you off. I want to make sure we get to hear from a lot of voices here. Danielle, go ahead.
Hi, I think key similarity, and it's something you stated early on, is the robust stakeholder process. That was a theme in UK, Australia, New York, and it's definitely a theme here. I think one key difference, and maybe I'll be a bit of an outlier here, is that we can take credit for having accomplished a lot more, or starting at a benchmark that maybe other arenas have not. I think I tend to disagree with some of the stakeholders on the line that we've done some pretty radical pioneering things in California that we can take credit for in advancing a marketplace for DER that other states are watching. We have, as an example, electric load reliability program. We have net energy metering. We have vehicle to grid that's in various stages of being enabled. We have so many programs, virtual power plants, microgrids, community microgrids. And I think we can take credit for a lot of pretty transformative work that is enabling DER technology to provide a variety of grid services. And I think that that's a place that we should really understand and take credit for, because it's how we've organically been developing a marketplace for DER. And I don't know that some of the other contexts that we've discussed started at that same place, because 5 years ago things were different.
Thank you, Danielle. Samuel, why don't you go next?
Thanks, Matthew. Well, so what we heard early on from Mark and Jason was that the stakeholder engagement process and the community engagement process wasn't kind of an ad hoc or one-off affair, but rather they had put in place decision-making frameworks that somehow allow for the requisite level of flexibility and speed and broad stakeholder input and collective navigational capacity that they needed to be able to continuously make real progress along the journey of their transformations. And so I think one thing we could discuss is how best to address that within the scope of this track 2, which is, about architecting a different system. And I would suggest we need to also architect a different way of making decisions to enable the evolution of that system. And maybe that's a longer term goal, but I think a lot of the tensions that we're experiencing right up front with how to stand up an effective and representative stakeholder input process, it really need to be addressed within a more permanent decision-making framework.
Great, thank you. Let's hear a couple more perspectives on this, and then I'm going to move you on to the next question. Richard, I saw your hand next.
Yeah, I'll have a crack at this. Look, on this, in terms of the similarity, I think there's been pretty good coalescing around the idea of having to start with objectives and functions. I think that was pretty consistent throughout all presentations. And just on the difference then, and yeah, we've spoken to a few different parties in the last week or so. I think maybe it's that some parties start from the point of view that what we have now is not working, it's broken, and that there has to be a transformation. And I think other parties are at a place where perhaps more open to different levels of outcome. And I think that perhaps influences different people's views of even things like the process.
Thank you, Richard. Let's have one more on this. Nihal, am I pronouncing your name correctly? Correct me if I've got it wrong, please.
No, that's right. Yeah, Nihal. Thank you. My common thread is the same as Richard. So I think one difference I've noticed is, jumping off of what Richard says, I think there is a baseline of objective that certain parties have and others don't, which is that this proceeding and the grid should be rooted in California's climate and equity goals. I think some parties very much believe that this proceeding should be rooted in that. I think in 2022, it would be a little insane for a high DR planning proceeding to not be rooted in those goals. And I've been a little surprised by kind of the lack of discussion of clean energy and clean energy transformation kind of within this discussion. And bringing that back to the presentations, for example, Australia, as we saw, has high DR penetration, but an extremely carbon intensive grid. And so I think high DRs and carbon intensity are not necessarily inverse. And so, that's one kind of difference I noticed. And I think something that's been borne out by this workshop.
Great, thank you for that. My next question for you all, what appear to be the key challenges to completing this work? What appear to be the key challenges to completing this work? Joseph, why don't you go ahead? Sorry, Joe. You're on mute, Joe.
Thank you, Matt. I was going to say, I think, one of the key challenges is the really sort of resources that various parties can bring to the group or to the effort. Every party's resource differently. And I think that's definitely going to impact the ability of certain parties to participate, particularly if, we don't develop a record for the commission to look at, maybe even from these like workshops that we're having. That's part of that process, right? Versus, comments, et cetera, all the other things we're talking about. I mean, I think some ways that parties are probably necessarily going to be able to interact is really only through the workshops. And so, that's one thing that does concern me. I mean, I know our parties may be a little better resourced than others, but, it's one of the many things we're trying to do at the commission to help everybody. So that's definitely a concern.
Great. Thank you, Joe. Kate, can we hear from you next? Kate Unger?
Yes. Am I on now? Do you hear me?
Yes, you're on now. Hi.
Fantastic. Hi, Kate Unger. I'm with the California Solar and Storage Association. I think that we want to avoid, we can't get there from here thinking. So I really appreciate perspective of needing to work future back as well as present forward. And we recognize the need and value of our zero carbon endpoint. We need to get there to survive the climate damage that's accelerating. And I appreciate and agree with the perspective that DERs are a solution and not a problem. We need to do what's needed to unlock that potential. And any approach that views DERs as a challenge to overcome is itself a challenge to our success. And then by the same token, I wanted to echo the voices in several presentations and the discussion that community engagement is key. And we've heard concerns about challenges there. We definitely won't get there if we leave parts of our community behind. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Kate. Claire, I saw your hand next.
So the my sort of takeaways and what I think of as the biggest challenges are, I'm going to go back or count backward from 3. I totally appreciate the concept of thinking from the future backward. I see something like the, distribution investment framework as so minuscule that it's really an obstruction to getting to a high DER future. Number 2, I absolutely think the no regrets investment, I think we can learn a lot from the UK and Australia presentations. And I particularly appreciated them highlighting a major no regret strategy is opening up access to data. And I think it is beyond late that our community choice energy partners had access to the data they need to control their role as load-serving entity from the IOUs. And number 1, align incentives. Maybe we don't need to go all the way to performance-based regulation. So I was really intrigued with the hybrid model proposed or used by the UK. But as long as the current incentive model is totally CapEx, we are not going to get there. Thank you.
Claire. Appreciate that. Let's hear 2 more on this, and then we'll move to the next question. Go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, that has been alluded to a number of times during the presentations and commentary. Communications is just going to be essential, and we have to constantly think about how we can make whatever plans we put it forth accessible and relatable. People want to know, people in the community want to know, how does this benefit me? How can I help be part of this? So, there's going to be a lot of technical complexity, but we need to always look to distill it down to this idea of what we're doing will confer tremendous benefits to everyone, and everyone has a role. So that's just my feeling. Thanks.
Thank you, Robert. Mr. Christoph.
Yeah, thank you. I want to go back to the point made earlier by Gabe and Rob Peterson and echoed by Commissioner Houck about the resource constraints at the commission about doing community outreach. And I take that very seriously. I think it's a real challenge. And I realize that things we put forward today as suggestions for what needs to be done are a heavy lift. But I also want to emphasize that almost all state proceedings are by their nature a challenge to get in the voices of the people who are affected by those proceedings. And to get involved in a CPUC proceeding or an Energy Commission proceeding, you need a fair amount, a high level of not only technical sophistication, but also procedural sophistication. And the need that we're describing about community engagement goes beyond this proceeding. It really has to do with the way the state and state agencies do a lot of their business in terms of people who are the experts making the decisions about what the people need who are the recipients of those policies. So I'm hoping that that we can continue to draw on the people who are actually on the ground, working in the communities, who are in touch with and trusted by those communities, to come in and help advise on how to move this process forward and use this proceeding, this track, as really an opening to a wider change in how the state does regulatory proceedings and community engagement.
Great. I'm going to pose one more question here, and then Samuel, you can decide if you want to comment on my next question or my last question. what's being recommended here? How would you briefly summarize what you want Commissioner Houck and her staff, the Energy Division staff, and myself to have right in front of our faces when we decide in the coming weeks what to do next? How would you briefly summarize what you want us to do?
Right. I'm not going to answer that one off the cuff, but in your last question, a really simple suggestion. I've noticed a lot of parties have had difficulty maintaining an understanding of how all the tracks fit together and where we're at in the process and where it's going. And I myself had to compare kind of old timelines together. Someone mentioned that there was an active kind of Microsoft projects timeline being maintained and updated. Is there any way to just give all the parties read-only access to that so that from now on we can all just kind of log in there and see where we're at and how it all fits together? I think that would help a lot.
Okay, we'll get back to you. We'll look at that offline and get back to you. Okay, Samuel? Thank you. All right, Roger, go ahead.
Mine's pretty easy and predictable. The last slide of my presentation with the community workshop and the steps associated with that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Others who want to briefly summarize your recommendation in closing? Go ahead, Joe.
I would just echo, I think what Roger said. I think we need to take a step back and start with a little bit of community engagement, or maybe a little bit's not the right word, but actual community engagement. And then use that to start a process of looking at the first two steps on the 4-step, grid architecture discussion that was outlined in the white paper, because I think we do need to have one input on what are the outcomes and goals that people find acceptable from this large effort that can inform essentially all of the rest of the docket. And as part of that, I do think we need to have some discussion of common, nomenclature taxonomy, because I do think each of us is using words slightly differently. And I really did take to heart the discussion in the system architecture documents that you referenced in the white paper, being that that's essential, that we all know what the words we're using mean so that we can talk to one another clearly on this complex topic.
Okay, great. Thank you, Joe. We have a couple more minutes here. Erica, shoot.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to echo what's been said about the resources needed. I think the commission needs to reprogram to show how important this actually is, so that the timing that we need to take to do it well is there. It's important to the establishment of actual community engagement that the proceeding not move any faster than the speed of trust. And that trust is very hard to build. But if it's important, we need to make that happen.
Great, Erica. April.
Adding on to what Erica has to say, resources need to be put onto this proceeding to make stakeholder engagement be something real, instead of something that we just say that we're doing. The way that needs to be made real is there needs to be stakeholder engagement that's on the record. It needs to be engagement that is not filtered through consultants. And there needs to be, process needs to begin with objectives and should end with proposals coming directly from stakeholders. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. I'm launching a poll. I would like for you to participate in it if you can. Poll says, assuming state and local officials conclude doing so is safe, how important is it that this process include in-person meetings? Very important, important, or not important? All right, looks like we've gotten as many votes as we're going to get. So I'm going to end the poll. I'll share the results. Can you all see the results? You see that you've all become virtual beings? Or at least 38 out of 63 of you. I appreciate that input. We will take that to heart in our planning. Now, I'm going to move us into next steps so we can be done on time. Give me 1 second to get some screens worked out here. All right, so next steps. Are as follows. Number 1, summarize party input from this workshop as an addendum to the white paper and issue to stakeholders. That will be a Gridworks assignment. Number 2 is to determine the final track 2 stakeholder engagement process based on party input. Gridworks and Energy Division will be working on that together with guidance from the administrative law judge and the assigned commissioner's office. 3 is to create supporting documents for the first workshop, June 8th. And obviously, if there's a change to the process and we're not going to have a June 8th workshop, we will let you know as a part of the summary and determinations number 1 and 2 above. Are there other next steps that you all can think of that we need to acknowledge here now?
Matthew, this is Lorenzo. Sorry for jumping in, but I just saw that someone asked in the chat for clarification on the relationship between this proceeding and the new order instituting inquiry at the Energy Commission on DERs. And I just wonder if, not necessarily now, but soon, you could provide some clarity on how those proceedings relate to each other.
Does anybody from the CPUC want to speak to that now, or should we get back to that?
I think we can get back to them on that later.
Great, thank you, Commissioner. I'm just making a note of it. Sam, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you. In this workshop, there have been a number of proposals, both in the structure of the workshops as was requested, and specifically about stakeholder engagement. And on your slide here, I'm not seeing any process for interaction in where we go from there. I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for Energy Division to take these proposals and come back to stakeholders with with an idea of how we want to integrate them, or change what may have been laid out by Gridworks in the white paper to begin with.
Yeah, that's what we mean here by number 2, is to determine the final track approach, and that won't be done in a vacuum. We are going to share the outcomes of that determination with you all, and maybe it's as clean as the Energy Division and judge and the commissioner just making a decision, and then we let you know what the decision is, or maybe it needs to iterate. I think it's going to depend on what conclusions are drawn, and I think what I will be encouraging is that we're as transparent and as inclusive and holistic in our thinking about how those determinations were made, and getting back to you all with specific reference to the proposals that were made here today, Sam.
Great, thanks. I'd recommend a proposal in response to this workshop with an opportunity for refinement or feedback. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Tam, I saw in the chat that you had a question about when will comments be taken on the white paper. If you would like to provide written comments to Gridworks on the white paper, you are welcome to do that. I will post them to the website along with the other ones that we've received, but it's not required. Your contributions that were provided here today are what we're planning on summarizing and including as an addendum to the white paper.
Thanks, Matt. Can I offer something else real quick?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, certainly moving ahead, it would be great if there is a chance of written comments in addition to oral comments, because of course, written comments are a different category of thought and consideration. So we'd prefer to have a chance also for written comments when possible.
Okay, are you thinking of written comments on the record or off the record?
Usually on the record is better.
Okay, so I will include that among the suggestions that that are considered here. Thank you, Tam. Okay, any other next steps that you all want to raise and refer to here?
Matthew, there was a quick question in the chat as to whether the log itself will be, you will draw from the log as you revise the white paper, the chat log. There's been a lot of good conversation in there.
Yeah, I'm considering the chat content as equivalent to the verbal content that was provided here. We'll include it in our summary of the workshop. And also, I've never done this before, but I think I can just download it and load it up next to the workshop materials so everybody can have that as a resource as well. Does that answer the question? Whoever put it out there?
I'll add the video for this. It's being recorded. I plan on forwarding that to our YouTube site for the PUC. We'll send that over.
Great. Thank you for that reminder, Rob. Okay, so last step of the day is to revisit our objectives. Our objectives were to engage a diverse group of contributing stakeholders, consider how Track 2 relates to other high DER rulemaking activities, introduce concepts and terminology, garner lessons learned from similar processes, and receive feedback and guidance from stakeholders on how this process should be conducted. I'd like to get your opinion on how we did with that. So I'm going to ask you another poll question. And this poll is not whether you agree with the white paper. It's not whether you agree that the DSO universe of the future is great or not. It's about, did we accomplish our objectives here today? Because this is ultimately a workshop to complete work. So we wanted to check to see how well we did in completing that work. Can everyone see the poll? Great.
I can see the poll, but could you put the objectives back up there again?
Oh, sure. I'm coming, I'm just slow. Too many windows. All right, we'll give that 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and poll, share results. Can you all see the results? Great. Gridworks is incredibly sensitive to and focused on making sure that these sessions are productive and what we're accomplishing our work. So if you have other suggestions on how these workshops can be structured and led to better accomplish our objectives together, then please reach out to us offline, give us that feedback so that we can continue to improve. That's all I have for us today. Gabe, Rob, Commissioner, anything to say in closing? You're welcome to do so.
I just want to say that this is a really ambitious proceeding as highlighted by the discussion today. We've put a lot in here. I appreciate all the diverse opinions and comments we received today. And, you know, just to make sure that I was clear from my comments earlier, I believe community engagement and outreach is very important and is going to be for this proceeding, given what we're looking at for meeting our clean energy goals and how we're going to do that. So we are going to carefully consider everything we've heard today, all the presentations, and we're going to go back and meet with Gridworks and our staff and really look at how we can do this in the best possible way that's transparent and engages community outreach. So just wanted to say again, thank you to everyone for your participation today.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. We appreciate those concluding remarks. Wish you all a great afternoon, and thank you for your great participation here today. We'll see you again soon, I hope.
Thanks, Matthew.